All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Curtain Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Happy Monday, everybody. Hello, hello, hello.
What is happening?
It is not a more odd feeling, I think, than ending a sports weekend with a tie.
Yeah, that was a pretty bummer way to end Sunday night. Entertaining game. I'll give him credit for that. Went late into the night, but there's just something that leaves him wanting more when you get a tie game.
I think the fans of the stadium, whether it be Cowboy fans or Packer fans in Texas, I think they kind of spoke for everybody when the kick went in and it went dead silent of just like, now we go home.
All right.
Did Cowboy fans
all
leave
over
feeling like that was a win?
I think that they did. Based on their expectations after trading Micah Parsons and the way the last couple of weeks have gone for them, I think a tie in that game's pretty good for them. That's a moral victory that they're going to be okay with.
That's terrible.
Can we get into like a hockey shootout field goal contest or something? Can we come up with something to end a game and a win? I can't do it as an NFL fan.
I thought about that and I was like, you know what? We would say, all right, let's do that until a kicker misses and we go, why is the whole sport got all these great athletes and then it's up to the kicker?
Then we decided to the kickers. I'm all right. Put a bucket down in the end zone and have like target practice for a quarterback. One-on-one wide receiver DB drills. Whatever you want to come up with, I'm game.
Fastest 40 for your defensive tackle.
Like, yes, get the fattest guy on your team and you race to midfield. Whoever wins the game.
What about coaches arm wrestling?
I'd be all for that.
Who would have won last night, LaFleur or Schottenheimer?
That's a fair fight.
I know. That's a very fair fight.
Yeah.
Who would you put your money on?
I think I put my money on Schottenheimer.
Yeah.
With a little more old man strength. LaFleur's too pretty for me. I don't know if he could beat somebody in an arm. He's got too tight of a goatee. He's not a good arm wrestler.
He's a very well manicured man.
He's too manicured to be a strong arm wrestler.
Did you catch his halftime interview?
I did not. I did not see the halftime interview.
He got kind of testy. I forget the gal's name doing the halftime for them, but he got kind of testy.
That was kind of a theme of yesterday in the NFL. A lot of coaches getting testy. You see the Ben Johnson one where he stared through a reporter?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you ended up winning, so you're going to be all right in there, but maybe you should go clean some stuff up here.
I think ultimately where I've landed is as somebody who's trying to get into soccer.
Yes.
I understand the tie and it's cultural and it's deep rooted. Like, okay, I'll exclude soccer from this.
It's also a point system, so you get something out of it the way that the standings work.
But I'm going to throw hockey in with the rest of the Americas here. I don't believe in fundamental ties. I think it's ridiculous.
Right.
I think shame on the Packers. The Cowboy fans should feel like a win. The Packer fans should feel like a loss. Shame on them. They felt like they were playing for the tie.
Yeah.
There was no urgency there.
There was 1 second left, and I was hoping when that ball went out of the end zone that it was good. Time was expired. And just settle it right now because their clock management was terrible, and then it's a loss.
Well, how does the home clock guy not take off the second and at least make the refs put a second back
Let's
on?
go review that thing and make sure it hits something with 1 second remaining before we just grant you one more play.
I think where I've landed
Go for the win, you cowards, LaFleur.
Driving in, I think I landed as much as I kind of don't like it for this sport. I think I'd prefer it over having a tie in the NFL, and that is do the college football 2-point conversion tries.
Just from the 3-yard line over and over again, one play at a time.
Maybe back it up a little bit.
Are we going to make them go back and forth to each side of the field on each 2-point try?
No, we stay on the same side. It's ridiculous that college does that.
Let everybody funnel to one side of the stadium and then run your plays from there.
Talk about the most obvious way to get commercial breaks. And, well, they've got to walk 45 yards, so we'll be back after this.
This will take 2 minutes of our time, and then somebody will call a timeout once they see the formation. We'll be back in 5 minutes. What? No, play football, man.
Yeah, that's just where I'll say adamantly do something. I just cannot. It just felt odd. I didn't really. The only dog I had in that fight, I had a couple bucks on the Packers at 6.5.
Sure.
I bet the most money on the over because that was a Sprague and line pick for me. So I didn't have a dog in the fight at that point. I was just as a viewer going, don't do this.
I just wasted 4 hours of my life to see you tie a football game and then go to bed on Sunday night.
Oh, thank you.
I was waiting all day for Sunday night for that game. Actually, not really because I wasn't that excited. But it ended up being a great game. And then I also, you can't blame Green Bay because, strategically it makes sense to play for the tie, but also I would have had a lot of respect if they just were like, you know what?
Well,
what were they on, the 10-yard line, 12-yard line, wherever they were? Like they had you could have thrown the ball into the end zone one more time.
I felt like that
drive
drive
for the win.
I felt like that drive, Dirt, it just largely had a an aroma of we want to tie.
Yeah, we're just trying to get down here. Let's kick a field
They didn't
goal.
get the ball with 10 seconds left. They got the ball with a few minutes left.
They had like what, 4.5 minutes?
I think it was 3.
I think it was about 3 minutes.
But come on, man. They that offense, you had scored all night.
And then some of the clock stuff at the end, we're like, what are you
what are
doing?
they
Like, let's
doing?
pick up the tempo a little bit here. 8, 7, 6. Tarico's like, guys, 5, 4, and 1 second to go.
I think LaFleur was like enraged at what Love did there at the end on that, because I think you could see the exchange like, what the F are you doing?
You want your quarterback to be calm, cool, and collected, just not that calm, cool, and collected in that moment.
Way
like,
too casual.
A little more sense. Can we get some claps? A little more sense of urgency. Let's hike the ball. That if he would have just taken 1 step to the left or 1 step to the right and then thrown that ball, they lose the game. And that's how it ends, because you just didn't hike it with enough time left.
Yeah. So, it's kind of a dud way to end the weekend is having a tie in the National Football League. But overall, pretty good little sports weekend.
I would say it absolutely delivered. Starting on Friday night, you had a top 10 team going down in Virginia. Florida State, just like we all predicted last week.
Castellanos looked totally fine, too, by the way.
He was healthy. He was playing, as Pate told us last week. Like, what's going on with that line?
UVA good?
We didn't even look at it until he mentioned it. We're like, yeah, that is weird. Why is that line less than a touchdown? Did we check to see if the Florida State wide receiver's alive after that field rush?
I was expecting to see him in the field like a cartoon. He's indented into like he's level with the actual field.
Like how baseball teams will make fun of the guy who falls down in the outfield. You do the tape chalk outline of the body. Like, they need to do that for him.
Just a little mound of dirt they put over him in the end zone.
He just got absolutely trampled in the end zone. That was the fastest field rushing of all time.
Well, they were waiting forever for it.
Yes, because they thought it was going to happen earlier, and then they kept extending the game, and then a 4th down conversion. It goes to overtime. From that start to it ended in a little bit with a dud with a tie. That was kind of a bummer way to end it. But in between, nothing but awesome football. It was a great weekend.
The sideline reporter of that game, she came out, I saw on social media, and basically she said, the camera angle makes it look worse than it actually is when you're down there.
The kid getting trampled?
Well, he didn't actually get trampled, but on our screens it looked like, oh my gosh, they've killed him.
Where's that guy in there?
And then she said in person, I don't know what it is, but it's the angle of the camera. She said in person it doesn't look close to what it looked like on TV.
So he walked off okay. We just couldn't
He got up
see him.
and walked off. No problem.
He's going to be all right. Yeah. Need a full medical report on that kid. That was a hell of a way to start, though. And then you got
and then you had ASU TCU. They came down to the wire, too.
You did.
Sun Devils came back.
And then some people might have gone to bed early Friday night, but there was a pretty good game Friday night. They went down to the wire and into overtime. And
who went to bed early on Friday night?
Some people might have gone to bed. I don't know. I didn't go to bed early on Friday night.
You got TCU ASU takes you're going to give despite not watching the game?
No, not that game.
Oh.
There was another game on Friday night.
Game, the late game
later
on ESPN.
Friday night.
Late.
Oh, that was.
I didn't know that. Was there another game?
There was. Yeah, there was one more game Friday night.
Yeah.
My TV stopped working at like 9:30.
So you were one of the people that went to bed. God, that's who I was asking.
No, my TV just turned off. It was weird.
Just kind of, I'm done for the weekend.
No.
Ryder Cup's early in the morning. I got to go to bed now. Teeing off at 4 a.m. I got to get some Z's in here.
I was reading Premier League previews. There was nothing else on my television.
No, nothing else happened on Friday night. No. Because college teams play on Saturdays. So we don't really talk about college football games that happen on Friday.
Well,
that's high school.
To be fair, too, I guess we forgot. They usually don't play Friday. They play Saturday. But if you play past 6:45 p.m. Pacific,
it's a no countsies.
It's technically an exhibition.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
That's what I read on a blog.
It's like that baseball rule. If you wait until a certain time and it's the 5th inning in college baseball, you can't start another inning or whatever. Teams will hold on to it.
4:30. If it's 4:30, local, you can't play anymore.
Guys, look at that. The game's over. We got to stop it right now. It's 24-10. There's no reason to continue this.
It's really weird.
We'll see you next week, 1-4.
I will say we're going to get to a weekend recap today just because there was so much happening.
Lots going on.
A lot. Man, so much was going on.
Yeah.
And I just thought, the only thing that saved what happened late Friday night was the biggest payroll in baseball being eliminated by the Marlins, and that it warmed my soul a little bit.
Did you see the Mets broadcasters get all butthurt, too, when the Marlins were, celebrating and taking pictures, and Ron Darling's up there. They're acting like they won the World Series. And one of the other guys was like, this was their World Series.
Yeah, dude.
It's like, take some shots. It's not their fault your team imploded for the last 3.5 months. That's not the Marlins' fault, man. You're not mad at them. You're mad at your team.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Oh, man. Almost overwhelming.
Almost overwhelming. Ryder Cup actually ended up delivering yesterday, too. A lot of people probably didn't watch. I don't blame you, but yesterday it came with drama, and it made it fun to watch.
It was on the second screen all morning long, and and you started texting, and I'm like, I don't know what's
There
going
was a
on.
couple moments where like, there's no way they do this, right? And there were a few fleeting moments of like,
Yeah.
oh my God, they might actually pull this off.
JT made the putt on 18 to win his match at the end.
Yeah.
The doucher came back from 5 down to earn a half point, and you're like,
This is trending. This could happen.
but then it got to the point, it's like, okay, they got to win the rest of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're
There
going
was
to
5 more matches on the course at the time.
I got to be real. I kind of felt as somebody on the group chat being punished by admitting he didn't watch any of it.
No,
I
there's
felt
no
like you
punishment.
guys punished me.
There's no punishment.
Well, there was no response after like 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the group chat. It was just me by myself with nothing. I was like, okay.
Chiming in on NFL takes.
I think they're pissed off. I didn't watch all the golf.
No, it's all right. I
No.
don't blame anybody. It was a dud. Other than like the fan reactions on Saturday, which there's something like there was no drama going into Sunday, and I didn't watch a lot early Sunday either because I'm like, there's no point. I watched the opening tee shots, and then I'm like, all right, let's turn on some football for a bit. But I was tracking to see, and then as the day went on, it became evident that maybe there's something here, and that's when I turned it back on.
Well, look, we can get into it. I know you guys want to talk about
we
it.
don't need to talk about it at length today. It's
Well,
okay.
Here's my only thing.
That could be a leftover for Tuesday.
As somebody who wasn't as invested as you guys always are, because it's a big event for you too.
Yeah.
I found it, and I know you got a response, but we already have to go. I found it a little odd how, like, you can be really good in one of 3 events, get your asses kicked in 2 of the other 3, and somehow still have a chance to win it. And I know we're weighing in the singles.
Well, there's a lot more points on the line on Sunday.
I know,
'cause
it's
12
kind of
singles
odd
matches.
that, like, Europe dominated them the way they did, and then it was like Sunday, like, well, none of that
that's
matters because they could still win this.
Yeah, that's still set up, for TV, so that Sunday builds drama. There's still technically a chance, but yeah, I mean the U.S. on
It would have been one of the greatest comebacks in sports history
Oh,
if they
yeah.
pulled it off. Like,
Right.
that's how long of a shot it was.
Right,
So they
right.
technically had a chance, and they damn near. I think part of that was Europe being like, we just need to win 2 matches, and this thing's over.
Yeah.
And then they didn't win one right away, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, this is kind of brewing a little bit. But it's just the way that the point system's set up, where there's a lot available on Sunday, more so than Friday and Saturday.
Right.
And so it all kind of comes down to Sunday. Usually it's entertaining because it's relatively close, and the single matches decide it. And this one, it just was too big of a mountain to climb.
Well, we got a weekend recap to get into, and obviously, boy, Happy Valley. I think now they need to call it Happy Valley, Oregon. I think we have taken their Happy Valley.
We've taken we're the Happy Valley.
Are the Happy Valley.
They chanted to fire their coach in the middle of that game.
I loved that they did it, and then they came back to
Immediately
tie it.
scored 14 unanswered points.
my
The crowd was like, "Oh, we're gonna look like idiots if we win this game."
Does that not tell you? I mean, Franklin talked, and we'll get to it, but like that tells you all you need to know of how they're feeling over there.
Yes.
Beginning of 4th quarter, down 14.
Fire Franklin.
Audibly heard on the broadcast, fire Franklin, which tells you they also heard it on the sideline.
Yes, and then they went crazy, and then he walked off the field, and they yelled at him again.
Of course they did. So we'll get into that. Obviously, it's a big day. Dusty was over there. He was dapping up a player on the NBC broadcast.
I saw that right at the end.
Who was he dapping up? I missed the number.
I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember either, but I remember seeing it. I was like, dude, I think that was Dusty. I saw Dusty.
I think he's glad he's not a host anymore because, boy, your impartial, non-biased thing would be thrown right out the window, dapping up a Duck player. Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
if you're a sideline guy for the local team's radio.
I'm going to be very impartial today.
But he
Just FYI.
worries. I think he worried about that as a host. Like, you got
yeah.
favorites and you don't want to. I saw that and I went, yeah, man.
There's a difference from being objective. You can still be rooting for
I
your
agree with
side
that.
and
Yes.
objective from
I agree
being
with that.
impartial.
I just thought it was funny. He's like literally on the NBC, him dapping up a player. I'm like, hey, look at that guy. I know that guy.
That's some solid TV time right
I'm
there,
sure
man.
that experience made Dusty want to put the pads on again.
Hell yeah, it had to.
How
have.
does it not?
I know.
When it made me want to put the pads on in my living room, man.
I'm surprised you didn't.
I was ready to run through a wall.
Start knocking yourself into a
Mo
couch.
Bamba started playing. I'm ready to go. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Michael Jordan, LeBron James days away from the Trailblazers.
Wow, look at you.
Happy Media Day.
One's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Yeah,
2 goats.
2 goats.
I don't know.
2 goats, 1 number.
One guy can't hit the big shot. Can't win the big one.
Literally hit a big shot in Game 7.
Yeah, I don't know if he did. Never saw it. That was Ray Allen. You're thinking of Ray Allen.
Blazer Media Day today.
Kyrie Irving.
And we actually have a Blazer topic because something came out Friday. It was like, oh, God.
We do, yeah.
Talk about a Friday news dump.
We're off to a good start already.
It's like,
We
well,
are. Yeah.
one problem solved to start the season.
One fan came up to me at Freddy's and was like, "I'm kind of glad it happened," and I was like, "Whoa,
What?
I was like,
Why?
No, they're super out on that guy."
God, what are we doing?
Well,
we're rooting for injuries for a top 5 pick.
We
now?
all feel really weird right now, right?
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
We're all very conflicted.
Loaded show today. Let's get it going with a Northwest Peekaboo. We'll start there. Dirt and Sprague. It's good to be with you on this Monday. We get rolling next on 105.1 The Fan.
AM.
Well, my Friday was great. I had a Sanchez doing finger guns at me. You know the funniest part about what happened Friday? And I don't even know what time we're going to get to bees because I have 0 beeves on my docket, so that's up to him. How has nobody been let go? Like nothing has happened?
Nothing has happened yet.
All right,
That
cool.
field goal operation still looking good.
Dynamite.
Definitely did not cost you another game.
The funny thing was Houston's coach sucks and tried to lose that game like 19 times, and we still couldn't win.
Yeah. Maybe
He froze his own kicker
He
on the
did.
game-winning kick.
he did. When they got it off in time, he was worried about a delay of game. And also the delay of game was on like the 10. Who cares making him kick from just have a quick penalty
The kick
and then
was
kick it.
easily good. It went right up. It was 30 yards up. Like, what are you worried
Kicker's
about,
like,
Fritz?
dude, what are you doing here,
Yes.
man? Why are you calling timeout? I'm trying to win the game right
and then
now.
he's trying to steal possession. That then he gives the Beavs more time, and then it back. Like he did it twice. He
Yeah.
froze his own kicker. That coach sucks.
I'm also a big fan of you've been running basically fullback trap all night with success in short yardage situations, and instead of doing that in overtime, let's put in our backup tiny quarterback to run a quarterback sneak.
Our 5'11", 145-pound quarterback, who, by the way, Bray said that Murphy couldn't be in because his hand hurt.
Yes.
He was in the next play.
He said he couldn't take an under center snap. Was the next snap under center? I think it was
No,
in
it was in
shotgun.
shotgun.
Yeah, so that's
But
yeah.
If your hand's hurt under center, like there's no difference at all. You're 6'6".
I know.
You just fall forward and you get a first down.
I mean, all we need you to do is take the snap, reach the ball forward, and maybe you win the game.
How many cups of coffee did Dan Lanning drink before he took the field?
8,642.
That wasn't just coffee.
My wife had never seen a Dan Lanning interview.
That one was an
and
all-timer.
That one was.
That was an all-timer right there.
He was He started sweating as he was talking. He was already sweaty, and then like the sweat started beating out as he was talking.
Did you hear the war cry that he let out before that interview started?
Yeah, did we see him?
Just give you one of those, like, oh, whoa, all right, yeah. That's the way I feel in my living room right now, so I'm glad you feel the same way too, Dan.
Who had the louder war cry? Dan Lanning on the field or Dirt in his living room with no child at his house?
No, I
Barking
heard-
like a
I
dog
heard
on all
Dirt.
fours. That was Michael Irvin and Cal, dude. Oh, yeah, stop! Yeah!
Yeah. No, we had
My
all
neighbors are like, what is going on in there, man? Is somebody dying? Is somebody getting sacrificed? What is happening in that living room right now?
Dude, you probably
You don't
sound
want
like
to
a
know,
psycho.
man. You don't want to know.
Was your wife with you?
She was there. Yeah, she was there. She
Side of you that she'd never seen before?
she's seen that side a time or two.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I felt like that might have been the biggest of ones.
Well, that's true. Like the Ohio State win last year I was at Autzen for
Right.
it. Now I famously left early because I thought they were going to lose, but I was driving home in my car when it happened.
But you're
I
by
was,
yourself.
I was on I-5 in my car when I
you have
let
to
out
pull
my
over?
work. I did not pull over.
Okay.
But I was very excited. Yeah, that's actually a good point.
I think it's the biggest one she has seen. She's seen you happy.
Because the
She's
two
seen some-
Husky games we watched together were
Devastating.
losses, and those were
Yeah.
just don't talk to me, don't
Yep.
touch me, don't look at me, but go sit in the other room for a little bit. I need some alone time.
the Big
Usually
Ten
that's
title
when
game
I-
last year.
Yeah, but actually, the funny thing about the Big Ten title game
were
for me last year,
favorites.
they were favorites. That was a great win.
Yeah.
That's the sickest I've been
Oh.
in like 10 years. And I was like falling in and out of sleep the entire
You were
game.
delirious
I was
almost,
delirious
right?
that entire weekend. It was
Yeah.
not fun. So it wasn't the same. Like I would wake up and be like, oh, look at that, they scored.
Well,
and like fall back to sleep.
What's their attendance now? It's 108 with the construction or something, right?
107, I think.
107.
At
So
Penn State?
yeah, so give or take 3,000 or 4,000 Duck fans that were clearly there.
Yeah.
You had 103,000
Yeah.
human beings rooting for your demise. That doesn't compare to. I know the Big Ten title is a Big Ten title.
Yeah, but doing it in their building,
yeah,
in
their
the
building.
whiteout.
versus on the road.
yeah.
Whiteout is crazy.
Well, it's also
different.
like part of it for me too that made it so enjoyable is like this is supposed to be a rebuilding year. Like that was the narrative coming into the season. How is Oregon going to replace all these guys? And look at everybody that left for the NFL. They have one starter back on offense, 5 total starters back on the
Right.
entire team. They're a year away. Next year is going to be their year. Penn State's return. Like it was all the narratives that went into it that made it that much more enjoyable. And the fact that you had a true freshman running back outrush their 2 stars combined.
yeah, you have a baby Genty now.
He's pretty good, man. De'Aaron Hill's pretty good.
Every time he didn't get a touch, I'm like, why are you not running it with De'Aaron Hill?
Me too.
Jaden Lamar.
Why is
he's
he in there?
fine, but come on, man. What are we doing?
Especially when they nearly fumbled the play action, or is this a handoff exchange and
Dude.
lost the game that way in overtime? Yeah, I was yelling at my TV at that moment.
Now, I want to save some of this for I've carved out the whole hour. I mean, that's a massive win, right? We need to have a discussion of, can you, with your life on the line, tell me he was down, Whittington?
No,
But they concluded it rather easily, like knees on the ground, and then on the broadcast, like, it's touching grass. And I'm like, okay, the first one, I agree. And then I saw it again, and I went,
Look, 15 years after Dyer being down, we deserve that one, and I'm going to take it. The funny thought that I had after the game was how different the arguments would be. This is the beauty of football. If that was 4th and goal, and he had gotten up and ran it into the end zone, what would every Penn State fan be arguing?
He was down.
And what would every Oregon fan be arguing?
Yeah,
he was. Either was it or not? You couldn't say it.
I know.
But because he got up and he fumbled and they overturned it, it's the reverse of the argument, and the play turned out in our favor.
It was hilarious.
I went through an emotional roller coaster because I decided to not wear my cursed jersey. I wasn't going to do it. We needed a big win.
Who gave you the cursed jersey?
You did. You bought me the cursed jersey, and every time I've worn it,
my gift to you is known as.
And it's
curse.
such a good jersey. It's Mariota. It's the playoff jersey. I wore it for the
green.
It's just a beautiful jersey. And I said, you know what, at halftime, Dirt, grab your balls and sack up, okay?
Yes.
They're going to win this damn game.
Yep.
This is happening. They're doing this. Penn State sucks. Drew Aller can't throw the football. We moved it the entire first. We were the better team for the entire first half.
Dude, we'll get
Should
into
be
that.
bigger than 3-3.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a tie game.
Yep.
I put on the jersey. They get a stop on the opening drive. They drive all the way down there, and I'm sitting on my couch thinking, yes, this is the moment the jersey has its redemption story. And then they fumbled inside the 10-yard line. And I sat in that entire commercial break just thinking to myself, do I take it off? I need to take it off. Take it off. I can't keep it on. I finally decided, you know what? No, I'm letting it ride. Let it ride. And they came back from commercial, and nobody who was watching on TV had any clue that the play was even being reviewed.
Clue.
And they're just like, oh, by the way, it's still Oregon ball, 2nd and goal.
I thought the broadcast dropped the, no pun intended, dropped the ball on that moment. It was just like, and it's their ball again. I'm like, what? And then they show the replay, and I'm like, okay. I guess, and then we saw it later again, and I'm like, no, I don't think he's down, but they've already changed it, and it's a possession later, so
cut your bush a little bit shorter, Penn State, you wouldn't have this problem, huh?
At least they play on real grass.
They do. I love watching games.
Dude,
on
real grass is so much better.
You can't beat it, man.
Oh, the Turf Monster got Neighbor this weekend.
It did.
Got Neighbors, and I just was like, yeah, dude, get real grass.
NFL is a multi-billion-dollar entity, and they can't have people. Lambeau Field can have grass, but New York can't have grass. What are we doing?
It's insane. Nice little weekend for one, not so much for the other, and the Husky game was pretty boring.
Yeah, it kind of went how I thought.
Cougs handled some serious business, man.
Cougs, what?
Dominant.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. I'm ready to lose both those games.
Yeah. They got a coach the team's playing hard for him, and they're finding different creative ways to win.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. But there's no quit in this locker room.
Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
Nope, not going to happen.
I mean, have quarters. Crazy weekend in the sports calendar. We'll kind of dabble throughout.
Okay.
We'll take a snapshot of the landscape of what sports was this weekend next, but first, Swag with the sports update.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan with their 30-24 overtime win at Penn State Saturday night. The Oregon Ducks have vaulted to number 2 in the newest AP Top 25 college football rankings behind Ohio State. Then it's Miami 3, Ole Miss up to 4, Oklahoma up to 5. Penn State drops to 7. Ducks on a bye this Saturday. They will host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. Second highest scoring tie in NFL history is how Micah Parsons' return to Dallas ended, with the Packers and Cowboys stuck at 40 all after 70 minutes of football. Tonight, a doubleheader to wrap up Week 4. The NFL schedule begins at 4:15 on ESPN. The Jets and Dolphins in Miami. Justin Fields has been medically cleared to play for the Jets. Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. At 5:15, the Broncos host the Bengals. Denver's 7.5-point favorites. That one's on KATU Channel 2. The marathon that is the Portland Trailblazers season begins today with Media Day. Over the weekend, Blazers announced Scoot Henderson suffered a hamstring injury in the offseason workouts. He will be out 4 to 8 weeks before being reevaluated. Despite a valiant effort in Sunday singles to make the final score respectable, the United States could not overcome the 7-point deficit Team Europe had amassed in the first 4 sessions of the 45th Ryder Cup matches. They will keep the cup, winning 15-13, and they will host the 2027 matches in Ireland. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live 80 AM.
Final little Northwest nugget that I forgot to add. Nemec had sent me a Twitter Spaces from Oregon State fans. And he said, I was on this last night. Take a listen if you can. And I'm really not on social media, so I saw yesterday people had tweeted me, are you okay after the Oregon State loss? Thank you for your concern.
You doing all right over there, Sprague?
When you're expecting a loss, I mean, nothing really can hurt you, but that was hilariously devastating. So I listened to it, and I don't know if anything is more summed up by the state of Oregon State fandom than listening to a Twitter Spaces that goes 35 minutes, and then in the midway point, one of the people that is a designated speaker is clearly watching pornography. In the middle of a guy going, I don't know, man. I don't know if Bray, you just hear, and I'm like, yep. Yeah, that sums up the whole situation.
I can't blame him, man. Friday night was tough, so whatever you got to do after that game to make yourself happy, you do whatever you got to do, boo.
Mute your microphone. Why are you
Maybe he wants the other people to be entertained, too. Hey, you guys need to pick me up? How about this? Listen to this.
There was only one person on that Spaces that sounded like she was enjoying herself, is what I would say about that.
Everybody else was having a pretty tough time. Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't great, Bob.
A lot of that going on.
Not that kind. It was a different genre.
Okay,
a different genre. Nothing. There's anything wrong with that genre.
No, not at all.
Teach their own, but it wasn't that genre. Let's start with something that I don't know if a lot of people are paying attention to unless you had fandom attached to it. The Major League Baseball playoffs are finalized.
They are here. We got the picture.
We got all the matchups. I'll give you the matchups here in just a second. Let's start with Cleveland, who ended up becoming victorious out of the AL Central.
Right field. It's deep. It is off the pole. Book it. Ruggiero rocks the house in the bottom of the ninth.
So that's the Guardians TV network. They get a walk-off 3-run home run win. And with the Tigers' loss and that dub, they ended up winning the AL Central. Now they will take on each other on starting on Wednesday or Tuesday, excuse me.
This just decided where they're going to play. They're still going to play each other in the first round.
Yep.
This one is going to be at Progressive Field in Cleveland. This will be a 10 a.m. game for us out here.
Gotta love those 10 a.m. MLB Network games.
I actually do. I love that the playoffs
perfect.
do this. They go 10, they go 12, they go 3 then they go 6.
For people who have weird work hours and who are done early like we are, it's wonderful to get home and to have something on during the middle of the day.
So you'll have Detroit at Cleveland. Another matchup you have, which seems kind of tasty, is the Padres at Chicago against the Cubbies.
Yeah, it's a fun little series.
Then after that, you've got the Red Sox-Yankees squaring off.
Nobody cares about that.
It's going to easily do the best numbers, but okay, you're right. And then lastly, but certainly not least, Reds at Dodgers.
Uh-oh, Hunter Green taking the mound for game one. You scared of that? Pumping 102 in your face?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared about that. I am.
Hopefully you got more than a 2-run lead with that
That's
Dodger
the
bullpen
issue.
going in the end of it.
The Dodger bullpen.
You better blow them out.
Unless there's look, no lead is safe right now, seemingly. But 4 or 5, I can. Yeah, the starters. I think Doc's going to push his starters. He's going to leave them in there longer than he has during the regular season. If you notice down the stretch, he started pushing guys 6, 7 that had usually been going 5. So, yeah, there's not a lot of faith in guys to get final outs there for the Dodgers right now.
Last baseball note for me, just because I've been miserable as a baseball fan. My team absolutely hit the side of a mountain this year.
Yeah. You want a sad stat? Willie Adames hit 30 home runs in the final game of the season. He is the first Giant to hit 30 home runs in a season since Barry Bonds in 2004.
And nobody will remember that year. Not a single person.
The first guy in 20. They haven't had a 30 home run guy in 21 years.
Look.
They've won 3 World Series, so I'm not complaining, but that stat popped up this weekend, and I'm like, wait, not one guy?
He didn't have one year?
Not one time.
That's crazy.
Buster never got 30?
No, his MVP year, he had 20-something home runs.
He
never
got close, huh?
No, not in the regular season. He was great in the playoffs sometimes, but...
Well, misery loves company, as they say, and nothing made me happier yesterday because my football team lost. All my football teams lost this weekend. The Beavs, the Niners, and Nottingham Forest. The New York Mets have the highest payroll. And Park Rose. Thank you for bringing that one.
Twisted
All mine
while you're
lost,
there.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, losers. How about the New York Mets?
I had a pretty big win. I had a lot of fun on Saturday.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Shut up. You get a whole year. You get a whole hour of it. Shut up.
You're on a bye. You're on a bye. Save it.
Great time for a bye.
2 years into the Big Ten without losing a game.
They haven't lost a conference game yet. You know they have more conference wins than Washington and USC combined.
I don't know if you're going to lose a conference game. That's nuts. 2 years in. Misery loves company. New York Mets, highest payroll in baseball. Have fun being eliminated.
And the back door got kicked open on Sunday. Cincinnati lost.
Yeah.
All the Mets had to do was beat the Marlins.
So they just needed a win yesterday and they were in.
Beat the Marlins,
Okay.
and you get the 6th seed.
A killer of a double play as it ends the Mets season. And so, one of the uglier parts of the history of the New York Mets, having their postseason hopes ruined on the final day of the season by the Marlins, has happened again.
Again. Welcome to the offseason, Skanik.
Pretty
Join
funny.
us. The waters are warm.
The waters are warm. Let's go to Cabo, baby.
We also had this over the weekend, the Ryder Cup. USA fought. They fought back. They almost did it, but
Shane Lowry has done it. Europe pulls off one of the biggest upsets on U.S. soil. Retains the Ryder Cup.
now I love the call, the putt, the emotion was all great. They technically
Had not won it
had
yet.
not won it.
They
needed
won
to
it, but
have.
hadn't won it.
Yeah.
This is very confusing. And this
I
is like
understood it in
yes.
real time, but it was just like broadcast-wise.
So you need to, in order to win the cup, you have to get more points. As the defending champs, they just needed 14 points to retain the
Yes.
Ryder Cup.
Yes.
14 and a half wins the Ryder Cup. But
Right.
if it ends in a 14-14 tie,
Right.
then they retain it and technically win the Ryder Cup. So
Yes.
they were still a half point away. And it was very controversial because Victor Hovland couldn't play.
Yeah, you had the, what did they call it? The envelope.
The envelope rule,
envelope,
which has
yep.
not been used in a long time, and that is something that absolutely needs to get redrawn because it's a bogus rule where essentially that match, each team gets a half of a point.
Yeah.
So it gave Europe a half of a point, and then the rest of the day, they didn't get another half a point until Shane Lowry was right there late in the day after all the other matches. Oh, I think they maybe had one other one. The Bryson match.
Duscher's
match, that's
with
right.
Fitzpatrick.
But they were essentially, that almost decided them winning the Ryder Cup was that half a point they got that Victor Hovland received for not playing and having to back out due to an injury. So it was almost a very controversial ending.
You said the weekend. I missed Saturday's festivities. Just college football, kids soccer. I missed it, but you said it was.
It was ugly. It was ugly on Saturday. It was embarrassing for the fans, embarrassing for golf.
Yep.
Somebody threw a beer and almost hit Rory McIlroy's wife in the head. There's a slow-mo video of it about an inch away. They were yelling things during his backswing. And
I saw one of the highlights. He hit one pretty flush from 150.
Dude, he had
they were
one
screaming at him, and he had to step away.
He had one where he stepped away and
Yeah.
told a guy to shut that bleep up and
15
then
or
step back into
16.
the ball and hit it to 3 feet.
Yeah.
Now, he has a reputation of being a little of a whiny bee, but he did make a good point. I thought of you can literally, you can chant at us, you can talk trash, but during the swing, that's not something that normally
It's just
happens.
off rules. You can yell all you want and have fun with trash talk. His whole point yesterday, too, was I'm in a singles match against Scotty Scheffler, and very few people are chanting, go Scotty, go beat him, Scott. It was very rarely a positive Scotty chant. It was almost all just vitriol to Rory McIlroy. Which is weird. that we would-
Americans screaming ugly things.
If
at
you
people.
also want to see the most cringiest video of the entire weekend, I thought about pulling it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't know how much we're going to talk about the Ryder Cup today.
Yeah.
There was somebody who was trying to get the crowd going on Saturday morning, so before the first tee.
Was this the boom, boom?
Yes, and the whole crowd's like, we
Dude.
don't want to do this.
was
And then one of the,
terrible.
I don't know what her official title was, she ended up leading a bleep Rory McIlroy
Yeah,
chant.
She quit,
And
didn't
she-
was
basically
the
were like, "You're
comedian.
fired."
Yeah,
Get the hell out of here.
PGA hat.
I'm
It was
surprised
just-
she quit because
Usually that doesn't happen.
those people don't normally quit now. They just say, I don't care, and they move on.
And go back and you can watch the Ryder Cup opening tee shot videos from 2 years ago and the way the European fans chanting and they have songs for every player and it's, Tommy Fleetwood and Rory McIlroy's in your head. They have all these great songs and it's an awesome ambiance.
Yep.
And then here's us chanting bleep Rory McIlroy before the opening tee shot. It was an embarrassing performance by every fan associated with that event.
The stomp, stomp, clap thing, I did see that, and I was audibly laughing out loud.
They're trying to do a Scotty, and everybody, half the crowd didn't want to do it and everybody was booing.
I know, and that was fun. One, I'm glad the crowd, at least in that moment, was we're not interested. How do we convey this? Boo! why is that guy still continuing to try to get them to do this?
It's a woman.
There was a guy and a girl down there. There
okay.
was two
Scotty
people on the mic.
one was the guy. The F. Rory was the
I don't
gal.
know.
The guy gave up after that and was like, you try. And then the gal took the mic and was like, how about this? Bleep Rory McIlroy.
Yeah.
So
Classy.
Classy
Americans.
Class.
We don't have that they have. I mean, aside from, well, a lot of things. When I watch it and I see the highlights or the clips and you hear it, they're organized and they know what they're doing, and we're over here just like dropping F-bombs because we think it's funny and cool and we don't know what to do.
And yelling mashed potatoes after a drive
like,
and get in the hole on a 400-yard tee shot.
And F your wife. Like we're just a bunch of Neanderthals when it comes to the fandom, whereas they're like, ole, 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 or they have all their little team chants. They just know what they're doing as a fan base over there.
Far more organized than we are.
We're just like getting drunk and screaming 8 different things, and we're not together in any of it.
Yeah. There was moments where people had to back off of shots because people would not stop yelling.
Yeah.
Rory stepped into a putt and somebody just yelled. The cameras, you could all hear it. Bleep you, Rory, and he had to like ride as he's taking his putter back, and he had to step back. It just, and then you get all the non-golf people like Chipper Jones, like, hey, I had to play at Yankee Stadium. I went through this. It's the exact same thing. It's like, no, it's not. They're very different sports. God, it just was an insufferable.
You found yourself
weekend.
Disagreeing with the American.
I did. I found
it.
myself rooting against our country for a little bit on Saturday. It was so embarrassing. And then they came back on Sunday, and you're like, wow, this would be the most incredible comeback of all time. And then they
you guys
short.
were live with the group chat.
Yeah, it just, a dud of a weekend that ended up okay on Sunday, and it was a mistake to put it at Bethpage Block.
Where is the next one? I know it's in Europe,
It's
but
in
where?
Dublin.
County Limerick, Ireland.
Is it Northern Ireland? Is that where it is?
No.
Just regular old Ireland?
Ireland.
And it's always this time of year, right?
Always at the
Yeah.
end of September.
See, that's
End
a
of
bummer
September,
for us
early
because I'd love to
October.
go.
Well, in 2 years, it'll be on in the middle of the night, so you'll get to watch it if you stay up
So if
late.
no,
that-
I'd love to go.
Going would be
And
awesome.
Because I want to
then-
go to Europe, so it'd
Yeah.
be really cool to like have a location.
Going to
go
Ireland for the Ryder Cup would be a
Yeah.
hell of a
I bet
time.
that's an experience, man.
Hell of a
Save
time.
your dough, Ray, me now.
A lot of Guinness.
There were a lot of European fans there, and there were American players on the range after the horrendous Saturday. After the rounds, like pitch black hitting balls, and all of the European fans descended on the range and were chanting things at the American players as they were trying to find their swing.
Fleetwood MVP, rightfully deserved to you guys? You
I
would
think
know.
so. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to
You
just
could
pick
pick-
one because they were so good. Rose, Rory, I mean, their whole team was nails.
Rahm on Saturday was ridiculous.
We teamed up our 2 best players, and they didn't win.
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler and Bryson were in a foursome match together, and they didn't win.
I know I'm against it. My experience with the Ryder Cup is like I'd never really cared or known much about it until I met Dirt, actually. I don't know if my history's wrong here, but past Jack into the Tiger era, my thought is our best player doesn't always play like the best player just specifically for that event.
No.
Like, I don't remember Tiger being dominant in it.
No,
Tiger
Tiger
was
has
not-
a losing record in
Yeah.
Ryder Cup.
Scotty has been
Scotty's
really bad the
been
last
really
2 Ryder
bad
Cups.
in it.
Yeah.
Something about that tournament just with the best player.
Well, it's the team usually and Tiger was so unique in his super focused,
just
get
him
in the
driven,
tunnel,
right?
just him,
Yeah.
and block everything out, and you have to adjust that mentality to a certain degree, not with the golf and understanding the golf shots, but Europe's just embraced and understands the event, what it's all about. And
For generations, they were the underdog that couldn't win.
Yeah.
And they'd get blown out a lot, and it brought them together, and it has been a driving force for them where they have now completely swung it, and they have dominated the Ryder Cup.
11
for,
of the last 15, I
I mean,
believe.
just insane. They have dominated this thing for a long time.
Who's more broken? We'll get to that, and then we'll get to the Ducks win on the road this week. And at the top of the hour, Dirt and Sprague back with more on 105.1 The Fan. Well, we went long there, so we'll be on the clock here. We'll get into the Ducks win at Penn State, top of the hour. Swag texted, and I literally was thinking it watching every big play that Oregon accomplished of just like, the Bull don't care. I just kept hearing that in my mind. An all-time drop. The Bull don't care. It's unbelievable. So we'll get to that. A little bit of a shorter thing here. I cannot wait to hear Legends call in today on Feinbaum because I'm sure he's going to find a way to still crap on the win.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to give in and go full DeBoer yet.
No chance, because he beat Georgia last year and then the season imploded. And so that's like, that's an awesome win.
There's nothing else.
I'm curious where Legend will be at today. Because they'll be happy about beating Georgia. They're always happy about beating
at Georgia. Are you kidding? He's the longest home winning streak.
Oregon now has the longest home winning streak in the country after this weekend because Georgia and Washington both lost at home this weekend.
So Simpson looked the part there for about. He got a little shaky late in the game when Georgia.
The defense made adjustments.
And Georgia wide receiver dropped a wide open touchdown with 3 minutes to go in that game too. That would have maybe won him the game, but it didn't.
Well, Ryan Williams also dropped a touchdown pass deep, so kind of squared up. What is that Georgia kid doing? Just torpedoing his way into a pile.
Yeah, I don't get that. Head first for a 15-yard flag. Like,
what are you doing?
Why is that the plan? It was never the issue with big games with DeBoer. That's not the problem with him. You know he's ready to go in big games. It's this weekend against Vanderbilt and those little ones that you don't, the landmines that you don't see the rest of the way.
They did look good, though.
They have
looked good last couple of weeks, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. I know what the correct answer is because it's fairly obvious we expected something from one versus nothing from the other. I asked the question in real time, who is more broken? Is it the Ravens or is it this?
When was the last time Tennessee won? I don't know. Right now we ask.
The Ravens are more broken.
Ravens are more broken.
Because the Titans have always been broken.
I know.
And they're supposed to be broken.
This dude is absolutely irate.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's good, and that's frankly what they need in there, and that's why.
I mean, the coach is going to get fired. They're going to hit the total reset button, and they're going to get another top 5 pick. We all know how this is going to go.
Obvious that Callahan's getting fired.
Yes, and him getting testy with the media after the game yesterday, like it's their fault. They haven't won, and their offense looks terrible, and they got shut out by the Texans. That was an ugly, ugly, ugly football game. The Ravens are.
Whoa!
I can't even comprehend what's happening.
Lamar's hurt. They're missing 6 starters on defense. Derrick Henry.
I mean, they might.
Are we not running the football? That's the thing. The last couple of weeks, what?
Do you not trust him because he's fumbling? I don't
know.
That almost seems like. I mean, that's one of the bigger stories in the NFL early in the year. And we see this happen. Is that it? Like, is this it for this run with Harbaugh and all of them? If it continues to go this way and they can't get over the hump in the playoffs, and
they'll fire
the
D coordinator before they fire Harbaugh, but you have to ask a real question out loud of like, there is something here, the psyche of this team, and maybe that Bills game
broke them in the opening weekend.
Broke them a little bit. The Lions game, they played well, but they had mistakes. So just like at some point,
the dam broke this weekend, and here come the epic Chiefs. Damn it.
I didn't know they were getting Worthy back. I didn't
have any idea. I bet on the Ravens 2.5. I had no clue that Worthy was playing this weekend.
Boy, they used the hell out of that guy, didn't they?
All of a sudden they got a guy who can run downfield and catch the ball, and their offense looks a little bit better.
Rice is coming. Damn it. The Eagles won.
We had them, and we let them off the hook.
Get another Super Bowl with the Eagles and Chiefs. Can't wait.
If we get another Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl.
It feels like that's absolutely happening.
Put a nail gun in my foot. No, thank you.
Did you see Hurts'
I'm going to be more excited
passing yards?
Yes, he didn't have a completion in the second half.
0.
He was 0 for 8 in the second half. But you know what?
He got that dub.
What did he do?
He got that dub.
Won the game.
That's all that matters.
He's a winner.
The broadcast, Dart had like 68 yards or whatever, and they're like, Dart gets his first win as an NFL rookie. I'm like,
I mean, he ran around and made some plays. You know, he was fine. He's a rookie. He's fine.
Okay. Definitely not the D-line of the Giants.
No, definitely had nothing to do with 3 offensive linemen being out for the Chargers.
Loaded second hour, and I'll just be frank with you. It's going to be loaded. The Oregon Ducks go on the road in front of 100,000+ people, and they get the win at Penn State. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
If you've been arrested for DUI, you need a team of attorneys you can put your trust in. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today, online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, fresh off their double overtime win in Happy Valley over Penn State, the Oregon Ducks find themselves ranked second in the latest AP Top 25 college football poll. They're just behind Ohio State, ahead of Miami third, Ole Miss 4, Oklahoma 5, Penn State drops to 7th. The Ducks will enjoy their bye this Saturday and get set to host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. The Packers, Micah Parsons' return as a Packer to the Cowboys, just not ending well in any stretch of the imagination. A 40-all tie after 70 minutes of football. We'll hope for better outcomes tonight with a doubleheader on Monday night. 4:15 on ESPN, Jets and Dolphins are in Miami. Justin Fields got his medical clearance to play for the Jets tonight. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. 5:15 on KATU Channel 2. The Broncos hosting the Bengals. Denver 7.5-point favorites. Despite a valiant effort in Sunday singles to make up a 7-point deficit to the European team, the United States coming up just short, and they will lose the Ryder Cup 15-13. Europe retains it, and they will host the 2027 matches in Ireland. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of dirt.
All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2 during Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. The Fan Sports Network, good morning. Happy Monday. Hope your commute's going okay. I did a U-turn on my way in. Had a construction situation. It was way backed up. I'm like, I'm not waiting in this. Got to get in today.
Go a different route, man.
We are here. We're glad to be here. We hope your weekend was great and your Monday is going all right. Congratulations to Dan Lanning. He has become the winningest by a percentage-based head coach in Oregon history through however many games, but he passed Chip Kelly in the winning percentages.
We spend to win.
Yeah, we do spend to win. You've been spending to win for a long time.
Yeah.
As Oregon went on the road at Penn State, hostile environment, and pulled off a double overtime thriller. I had not been aware that was his first overtime.
Yeah, no overtime games in his career to this point. And close couple of times. The Washington game, if they would have made that kick at the end, would have gone. The first one in Seattle, that one would have gone to overtime. They've been close, but no overtime games.
And Oregon goes on the road. And I would argue in the first half, absolutely whooped their ass. The score didn't show it, but the statistics did.
Yeah.
Went up 17-3. Penn State was firing James Franklin, like chanting "Fire Franklin." And Oregon allowed 2 touchdowns. They go to double overtime. Thieneman gets the pick of Aller. Or Alar, depending on who you're talking to.
Who calls him Alar? Is that a thing?
Dane Brugler did. Did you not catch that on our interview with him?
I did not catch that.
He calls him both.
Oh.
Because I watch
Cover
his
your
stuff.
tracks each way, just in case it's one or the other.
He's one of the only people I've heard him call Alar, but I've heard Alar before, and I'm like, I think it's Aller, but what do I know?
I think they're alarmed about Alar's play right now.
They're alarmed about James Franklin, and Oregon goes on the road, as Mike Host probably cried on Saturday night.
That was a fun one, man. That one's up there. It's on the Mount Rushmore of regular season wins in my lifetime. To do it in that environment, in that crowd, in that setting, which most people would argue was one of the toughest settings to play in the entire sport. Not just Penn State, but to get the whiteout game, the night game. They've been gearing up for a big top 10 showdown in that game for a long time. Penn State's returning everybody. They're coming off a bye. This is their game to win. And to go in there and to steal it and to, I would argue, dominate 85% of the game, it was incredible. And it wasn't just the fact that they won that made it so enjoyable. It was the way in which they did it that made it really sweet. Like, this is a young team that's supposed to be a year away. And in a lot of settings, when you have a team down and then you let them off the hook and you blow a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter, Like, it's really easy for a young team in that moment to fold. And for them to stay composed, for their quarterback to stay composed, to identify the play that Penn State's going to run to open up the second overtime and to lead Dylan Thieneman right to that interception that sealed it. It wasn't just about winning. It was more about, for me, what felt so great was the way that they did it. They dominated the line of scrimmage. They stayed composed, made plays when they needed to, and that one will go down in history. I don't know what it means in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter right now. All that matters is they won that game on Saturday night, and that's another massive notch in the belt for Dan Lanning.
It's a huge one. You were talking about dominance. So the halftime score is 3-3, and I'm watching this with everybody else, and I'm like, man, it's so weird how this feels. So I went and looked at the stats to make sure, because I wasn't following stats-wise during the game.
They moved the ball in every possession. They just kept getting stymied, and fourth down stop, a missed field goal.
So first downs, this is the halftime, okay? First downs, Oregon 9-4.
Yep.
Total yards 189-69.
69 total yards of offense at home in the first half for Penn State.
Passing 112-45.
Yep.
Rushing was dominant, 77-24.
Yep.
Time of possession 19-10.
Yeah.
And it was one of those weird things like where we didn't text this, but I was wondering, despite the score, you're either feeling extremely confident because you saw a dominant performance and you think eventually the dam breaks through, or you go the other way. We dominated, and it's only 3-3, and we've seen this before. Oh, my gosh. But when they went up 17-3, the camera panned over to Dan Lanning, and he did like a let's cut it, it's effing over. Like he did one of those gestures, and then Penn State proceeded to score 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, that one almost aged terribly. He was asked about it post-game, and he said he was doing, their theme of the week was 1,000 cuts.
Yes.
And so he was saying, I was telling the team, that's another cut. And that's what he wasn't doing they're over,
whatever. He did say, let's effing finish this.
Yes.
I know he said that. I watched it. I read his lips, and that's okay. He's going to defend it. But here was this is the post-game. I thought this was, we've seen emotional Dan Lanning. We've seen charged up Dan Lanning. This one was probably the most fired up, passionate, emotional Dan Lanning we have ever seen, and he's won a Big Ten title game.
Mm-hmm.
He's beaten Ohio State. But winning at Penn State with Dante Moore and the rest of the youth, getting a game of his life from De'Aaron Hill, who might be and maybe should be the premier back of that room. Here was Dan Lanning on the field with NBC.
Unbelievable job, man, of our guys keeping their composure. We said this game's going to be about 1,000 cuts. Right, every cut matters. Every cut matters. And eventually, we hit the jugular. That was it right there. Unbelievable focus. Our quarterback is an absolute all-star. Our team, man, special, man, special.
You described this group to us during the week as having an elite level of focus. How did that play into the victory tonight?
Dude, never lost their composure 1 second. Highs and lows in this game. That's a great football team, right? Threw some punches, we punch more, right? Hit a haymaker at the end.
What kind of statement does this victory make for your program?
And we're on to the next game. We got to keep improving, keep growing. We're going to see some great teams in this league. It's an unbelievable league. What an unbelievable atmosphere. Got a ton of respect for Coach Franklin, the job they do. Man, let me think about it for a second.
He was sweating as he was talking. You could hear in his voice in the first answer. He was almost going to cry. I think he was so jacked up.
Yeah, he almost did it again in the postgame presser, too. There was a very emotional Dan Lanning on Saturday.
Well, I mean, like, these are the moments where I would say, like, as a coach, you're building. You're constantly building. You're always evolving, and you're building. And it's been nothing but a stellar start. As I mentioned at the top, he's got the highest winning percentage of any Oregon coach ever. He's number one.
I think he's 40-6 now in his career.
40-6. I think that gives him an 870-something winning percentage. That passes Chip Kelly's mark of 868. So he just barely passed him. Like, think about that, right? But you need Ohio State moments. You need Big Ten title game moments. And there's other moments you need as well, like eventually beating a Kalen DeBoer or a Washington. You overcome that last year, and you beat them finally. And you got a Ohio State thing lingering because they beat you in the playoff, and we'll see if it squares itself. But going on a road environment, as we talked to a ton of people last week who told us this was the loudest environment in college football.
Mm-hmm.
It was aesthetically just amazing to see the pom-poms and the whiteout and the vibe and the energy. To do that, talk about having a pelt on your wall, but something you go, man, this takes us to a level and continues to grow in the right direction in a way that eventually to, who was it, Jake Butt? It's not a if, it's a win. Like, you don't want to get ahead of yourself for the season. There's a lot of football to be played.
Yeah.
But that's something that I think a coach like that understands the magnitude of that moment.
Well, and also on top of it, 3 of the best players on the field on Saturday night were true freshmen on Oregon's side. De'Air Hill was the best running back in the game, and I don't even think it was close.
It's not even an argument.
DeCorian Moore was the best wide receiver in the game, and I don't think it was even close. And Brandon Finney, who is now starting every game as a true freshman, has allowed like 2 catches all season long. And those are 3 elite recruits that have all stepped in and played big minutes and big snaps right away, and they have not missed a beat. To have a freshman wide receiver make the catch that he made on a scramble drill late in the game on Oregon's second touchdown drive against A.J. Harris, who is going to be a first-round NFL draft pick. DeCorian Moore's 18 years old, and he made an unbelievable catch with his hands to hold on to it, scramble drill, cut up the sideline. Those kind of plays speak volumes to not only where they're at, but where they can go, not only this season, but in the years to come. Like, Oregon's not going anywhere, and it was the point that I tried to make in the offseason of, like, we're doing the same thing that we did last year. Oregon lost all this talent to the NFL. How are they going to replace it? And Oregon went 13-0 last year, and we did the same thing. This is about recruiting. It's about developing your guys. It's about finding the right pieces in the portal, and it was all on display on Saturday night with the freshmen making impacts, Dylan Thieneman, the safety transfer, making the game-sealing interception.
I thought Mateo was amazing.
Mateo was amazing. How about Bear Alexander clogging up the middle?
Yep.
Like, it just, everything came together for them on Saturday night. And
yeah, you guys got Bear Alexander to be amazing.
Yes, and it was...
That's been a problem in college football.
Yeah, Oregon's done that with a lot of guys, and they've turned them into NFL players where they've gotten the best out of guys. And, you know, I talk about the way in which they won. The composure was unbelievable. The way that they dominated the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball for the majority of the game. Penn State could not run the football to save their life. And whenever Drew Aller dropped back to pass, they made his life miserable because, one, they shut down the running game on first and second down.
Yeah, they made a lot of third and longs.
Yes, and on those 25 pass attempts for Drew Aller, he was pressured 18 of the 25 times. Like, they were in his kitchen all night. They didn't have a ton of sacks that piled up, but they affected a lot of throws, they tipped a lot of balls, and they made him incredibly uncomfortable. And this was one of the reasons that I was confident going in. I just don't really fear Drew Aller. Their offense comes down to, can they run the football? And I had a faith in Oregon's front seven being able to slow that down. And I know they got a little loosey-goosey there at the end of the game. Mm-hmm. I don't know if the mentality flipped. I don't know if it was, let's back off a little bit. We're up by 14. And then you did the one thing you couldn't do and gave up a touchdown in less than 2 minutes. So
I actually thought that was just that. Sometimes you just do have to tip your cap. That's a great throw by Aller.
It was a great play call and a great
top.
design. And he beat Thieneman in front of his face and in the corner of the end zone. Like, that was a really nice play by Penn State. But for them to dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball for the majority of the game was impressive. And then, you know, the big elephant in the room coming into the season, and we joked a lot about it in the offseason, what are you going to have at quarterback? And I think you might have the best one in the entire country.
Well, the coach certainly feels that way. We'll get to that audio cut. I would say, too, on that point, not only did you see that mix of new, fresh talent and somewhat answer some of your questions that maybe you had going into the year, you mix that with what Mateo and Tuioti and Bear were doing with Thieneman coming in. Like, it was exactly the perfect combination of experience and youth that you've recruited or that you've portaled in.
And you got the best out of your young guys in the biggest game of the season.
I mean, look, you can make an argument for a handful of these programs in that sport, but right now I don't know if there is a team that's on the same level or even near the level that Oregon is in terms of their hit rate in the portal, right? You've seen the Florida State side of it.
Yeah.
We're going to portal our team in and replace all our talent and keep it going. Oh, no, we're going to win 2 games.
Yeah, boom or bust.
And they've portaled in good talent. They're a good team this year despite them losing. Oregon just largely doesn't whiff here. And the thing that I noticed was the broadcast of Blackledge, who we tried to get on, and he just doesn't do interviews. He kept noting that he noted in the very beginning of the game before he kicked off, and he noted it throughout the whole game. Oregon's offensive line, how big those dudes are. And then you flip it the other side, and you mentioned the pressure numbers. I mean, you could clearly tell who had the big uglies between them on their offensive line and Oregon's defensive line. And I don't know, man, we can date and trace this thing back to either Joey in the early 2000s or you could start at Chip. And you've had elite moments in that sport. Mario had some really good moments in that sport. This is at a level that you don't go into a game anymore and go, oh, God, look at their offensive line.
No.
Oh, God, look at that defensive line.
They've never been better.
it's never been bigger.
No.
That's the thing here. Like, when that dude came and we didn't know anything about him and there were question marks, and then he instantly started winning, and then you saw the recruiting turnaround. We noted on this show, everybody kind of noted, but like you could just tell this dude is coming from the SEC. What have they always won with?
Defensive line.
Offensive line, defensive line.
Yep.
And what has he put together now?
That was the primary focus of his first 3 recruiting classes, which is where when the fear for some who don't follow it closely of you lost 3 guys to the NFL from your defensive line in the first 3 rounds of the draft last year. That's a lot to replace.
Same with your offensive line.
Same with your offensive line.
Replacing
and
guys.
had one guy as a tackle drafted in the first round, and they look like they might be better than they were a year ago.
I would agree with that.
Because to go into Penn State, like we can have our issues with Franklin in big games and our question marks, and Drew Aller and all of that stuff.
Sure.
Penn State's elite defensively. I know that. They hired the defensive coordinator that put you into a pretzel in the Rose Bowl last year and was up 34-0 on you at Ohio State. And they have dominant play at the line of scrimmage. Those are non-negotiables with Penn State that they've always had. They've struggled at quarterback and other places, coordinators and all that. But offensive line play, defensive line play, they've always been stout. And to go in there and to have unquestionably the better unit for at least a night, I don't know if they play again, how it's going to go. We saw how that panned out last year with Ohio State. I certainly don't feel Penn State to the same level. But to have the better line of scrimmage play, it is a testament to what Lanning has built. And the vision that he had when he got here of Oregon was always really good. And they'd have good skill position players and elite quarterbacks, and they'd win a ton of games. But then you'd run into these big teams, and you just couldn't do it.
The LSU's,
you
the
get
Auburns,
pushed around every time you were in those situations.
That's not
and Ohio
happening
State
anymore.
ran the ball with Ezekiel Elliott for 800 yards on you, and I get it. This Penn State offense last year, at the end of the year, for whatever reason, Oregon's defense leaked gas late. Despite all the talent that they had, they gave up 297 rushing yards to Penn State in the Big Ten title game. 297. They returned both of their running backs this year. They were supposed to have the best running back room in the country. Katron Allen had 12 carries for 54 yards. 20 of those came on 1 carry. And Nick Singleton had 11 carries for 21 yards and averaged 1.9 yard per carry and did not have a run longer than 6 yards.
They cut it 160 yards from where they were in the Big Ten title game in just one season. We'll get to Franklin audio. Does Oregon have the best quarterback in the country? I think it's fair to ask that question. Dan Lanning chimes in. You can too at 503-864-6326. More Oregon Duck conversation as their win at Penn State, a big one over the weekend. We'll get to that next on The Fan. You know, one of those big question marks going into the year that Dirt pointed to was Dante Moore. And what was Dante Moore going to be? What could he accomplish? How much of it was going to be relying on him versus maybe just laying back a little bit and letting the running game do most of the talking. Now, the running game had a nice night for itself. Deer Hill had 82 yards on 10 carries. Dante Moore was pretty stellar in this game, I thought. He was composed the entire time. You know, I didn't really think there was ever a real moment where I said to myself, like, he seemed totally calm, cool, and collected. He was 29 of 39 for 248 and 3 touchdowns. He had several plays that he would extend on the run, make throws. You mentioned to DeCorian. He had some to Sadiq. Like, he had play after play. And in the postgame, Dan Lanning had this to say about Dante Moore.
I think we got the best quarterback in college football, right? I mean, anybody watches that game, I don't know. Maybe I don't see everybody else, but that guy's composure, his poise. I mean, even the big play at the end there on the first overtime, you know, we're about to throw a screen in the boundary. He has the wherewithal to not throw it in the boundary, turn around and get it thrown back to the field, and get a 4th and 1. I don't know. You guys will have to tell me. I thought that was going to be targeting. Looked like it from the field, but ended up, you know, converting to 4th and 1. That's just like one example in that game of the poise that he had, the command he had of our offense. Remember, I came up and talked to him about hey, if we go to 4th down here, here's what I'm thinking. He's like, Coach, let's just get the 3rd down. And he did it, you know, so it just tells you a little bit about that guy we got playing for us.
I do love that story of like, Coach, we're 3rd down. Let's just pick this up.
Let's get this. Let's not worry about that call yet. We're going to get this one right now.
Side note, and this, I do not want to derail the segment with this.
Yeah.
I don't know what targeting is.
I don't either. I'm not going to complain about it, though, because Oregon got away with was he down or not? And there were
I'm not trying to defend one side. I don't think I know.
I have no idea. I don't know.
They
how
got it
that's
right
not
on the broadcast. Because now
they got it right in terms of the prediction. How is that not the crown of his helmet?
I mean, the top of the helmet. He
Please show me
where's
the crown?
And hit him directly in the face mask. He hit him so hard his face mask
he did.
broke.
He hit him right in the
top
crown.
of the helmet. Hit him.
I watched the replay.
But they were saying it wasn't the specific, bubble on the top of the helmet, the button. The forehead's not targeting.
I always thought the crown was here.
I don't know. I have no idea. None of it makes sense. Guys get tossed out of games for ridiculous reasons. Part of me was glad that the theme of the night from an officiating standpoint was they just let him play. Like, there wasn't a lot of it that was like, what? No, don't.
No,
throw
I'm not
him.
mad.
Like,
I don't know what targeting is.
I have no idea. He was awesome, man. Dante Moore was awesome in his biggest game.
We played it last week, and it kind of shocked you. We had Todd McShay audio from a Bill Simmons pod, and he said, right now, man, going into Penn State, it might be Dante Moore, and if he wins, look out. This morning, Dante Moore is your Heisman Trophy favorite, 7-1.
You want me to retract the sticky note yet, or you want to hold on to it for a little bit?
I don't know.
longer?
I don't know why you would write one so fraudulently.
A lot of jokes about pick sixes in the offseason. Are we still making those jokes?
We don't need to get
still gonna pick six. He threw a pick six.
Actually,
remember those pick sixes?
Threw 2 in that game.
Yeah, he did. As a true freshman on a bad team, he looks a little bit better now. Would you say?
You know what? You could thank us for actually the whole trajectory of your program. If it weren't for Oregon State's team that year, you wouldn't have had this mentally tough Dante Moore. And if we don't beat you in 19 straight runs, you don't win at Beaver Stadium.
That's right.
So you're welcome for all of it.
The animosity towards the Beavers from that one. I wasn't, I was really high on Dante Moore coming into the year, but even me, there is an aspect of he's looked great in the first month of the season, and then you add a caveat at the end of every statement of haven't played anybody, and you got to go do it in a tough spot. And these are the spots usually when young quarterbacks get flustered. Drew Aller in his own stadium seemed overwhelmed and flustered the entire game.
The way he was kind of like pregame, he was really like kneeling, like, good, pray all you want, like calm yourself. It just
God ain't helping you today, buddy.
I was a Duck fan. He seemed far more anxious and came in carrying so much more, whereas you'd think maybe in that environment there'd be a little bit of like, oh, man, this is a lot of people, a lot of
wide-eyed. And
he just looked the same the whole game. It was third quarter, first quarter, opening series, last possession. He didn't look facially any different.
No.
And
after
Aller,
touchdowns,
he just looked like, and he eventually calmed and had some good moments at the back end, but I don't know if I can disagree with him right now. That might be the best college quarterback going right now.
Well, to I think Lanning used the two words that stood out the most to me, the composure and the poise that he showed in front of 111,000 people in the toughest environment in the country. And I think in the first half, we went over the numbers earlier, at least you did, of how they kind of dominated statistically, but there wasn't a lot to show for it on the scoreboard. I think a lot of that was a credit to Dante, who never tried to force anything in the first half. Like that was a game where your defense was playing lights out. Sans a couple of third down conversions that Penn State had on one drive that put him into field goal range. They essentially couldn't get a first down. You had him twisted into a pretzel. And Dante Moore knew, like, don't make a mistake. Don't let the crowd get on you. Don't throw a bad pick. Like, if it's not there, use your legs. He did that constantly throughout the course of the night. And so to always take what the defense gave him, and then the moment, they use the analogy in the Ohio State win last year. It was like jab, 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 and then throw your haymaker, right? Like, that was the kind of game that I felt like it was from Dante Moore, where it was just a lot of jabs early, a lot of simple stuff. Don't take any risks that you don't need to. If it's not there, tuck it and pick up 5 yards. He came up short on one fourth down scramble where he tried to spin and the drive came to an end. So it wasn't perfect, but he just was kind of feeling his way out into the game. And then in the third quarter is when Dante Moore's playmaking ability started to take over. And the first big one was I'm flush from the pocket on third down, scramble towards the sideline, make an unbelievable throw back across my body to Kenyon Sadiq. That was kind of the first pop, like, oh, here we go. Now the offense can get going. I mentioned the DeCorian Moore throw on third down where he scrambled out, scramble drill, and DeCorian Moore had to cut it up the sideline. An unbelievable throw, unbelievable catch for both of those guys. How about the play in overtime where I don't know if it was because it was supposed to look that way or because Sutton jumped in front of it, where he kind of was going to throw the screen to the sideline, kind of bobble the ball, Sutton standing right in front of him. He then has to turn and finds Gary Bryant, who's like cutting and diving, streaking and made the catch and picked up the first down.
An unbelievable throw.
There were so many little moments where, like, man, as a inexperienced quarterback, which he is in that setting, you should not be this composed. He seems different, and that was the hope going into the game, that he would look that way. That was the biggest test that he is going to face by far in the regular season, and he passed it with flying colors. He had looked great going in, but there was always the caveat of you got to go do it against an elite defense and elite team, and Penn State is without a doubt an elite defensive team, and he was phenomenal, and there's not even a debate coming out of it of who had the better quarterback in that game on Saturday night.
Oh, I would agree with that. I mean, it's pretty cut and clear that when you watch, if you go rewatch that game, and I don't know how many times you've rewatched it at this point.
3.
I guess, okay, I was going to guess 7, but it's not even a debate.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, they have the better quarterback.
Yeah.
They have better lines. They got better quarterback. They're skill guys. Like, I think Allen and Singleton are really good football players.
They're really good running backs,
I don't think their results are a skill-based problem.
No.
Oregon just had better talent up front. If you give those guys Oregon's offensive line, I'm sure they do damage as well.
Sure.
But also, Dier Hale was effing awesome. And that dude runs, I wasn't joking, he runs like a mini Ashton Genty. He's tough. He keeps his legs going. He can break away. He's got speed. DeCorian, I'll talk about coming in with a lot of hype. There were questions about Dante. Almost everybody's like, DeCorian Moore's a real deal.
Yeah.
And he's come in, and I don't know where he stacks up in receptions or yards or any of that, but
in the biggest game of the year, he had 7 catches for 89 yards and a huge third down conversion.
Yes.
And he was their number one target, and it wasn't even close.
When you look at this team, and I didn't get a cut in on this one. I want to get to it. When you look at this team, gamers. I mean, that's the other part of Lanning feeling so charged up, right? It's one thing to go on the road and win, and man, how big that is for your program this year, and people weren't picking you, and you were third in the odds board. And you go into this with a little bit of question or even some doubt, right? Like Pate State material. Picked Penn State to cover, not just win, to cover 3.5.
The thought is they got to win one of these at some point, right?
And everybody said, oh, this is it. It's all set up for Penn State to win. They had the bye. Oregon just played. And it's, to me, I think part of that emotion from him is also, dude, I'm picking the right guys. They're perfect for my culture and our system and their top-end talent. But also, they're just gamers everywhere. You look around, gamer, and they all showed themselves on Saturday night. I have a clip from Dan Lanning on talking about his team and the environment. I cannot wait to watch the whole, what's the Duck one?
Ducks versus them
Ducks
is going to hit
versus
like
them
crack
this week.
It'll probably come, I think it'll come out tomorrow, usually Mondays, but this one might take a little bit more time.
He highlighted 1,000 cuts. Swag pulled something from his postgame that I wonder if this was the other theme for them, based on his post-game cut that I'll play on the other side. How you feeling, Duck fan, today? Do you feel like you got the best quarterback in college football? 503-864-6326. We'll get to that coming up next, but first, Swag with the Sports Update.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make if your grandma were from the Big Island. Woodstock, Birdside, Beaverton, or online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan. With that 30-24 double overtime win at Penn State Saturday night, the Oregon Ducks vaulting to number 2 in the newest AP Top 25 college football rankings. They're behind Ohio State, ahead of number 3 Miami. Ole Miss up to 4th, Oklahoma 5th. Penn State drops to 7th. Ducks will get the bye this Saturday and get set to host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. After getting blown out by Notre Dame Saturday, Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman and named Bobby Petrino its interim head coach. This morning, Petrino fired 3 defensive assistant coaches, hoping to turn things around and salvage the season. It's a doubleheader to wrap up Week 4 of the NFL schedule on Monday night, beginning at 4:15 on ESPN. The Jets and Dolphins are in Miami. Justin Fields medically cleared to play for the Jets. Dolphins are 2.5-point favorites. At 5:15, the Broncos host the Bengals. Denver's 7.5-point favorites. That one will be on KATU Channel 2. The marathon that is the Portland Trailblazers season begins today. It is Media Day. Over the weekend, the Blazers announced Scoot Henderson suffered a hamstring injury in off-season workouts. He will be out 4 to 8 weeks before being reevaluated. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of
$7:34. Welcome back in. Portland's sports leader, 105.1, The Fan and the Fan Sports Network.
We're all just in the love boat today, baby.
Well,
feeling great. Everybody won this weekend, right?
I'm the wingman who got divorced, but I already had the ticket to go with my buddy, and now I'm just sitting watching you dance.
I'm excited. USC's going to be undefeated coming to Autzen later in the year. That should be a big showdown.
Can't wait to hear Danny's thoughts at 10.
We got 2 weeks to start digging everything up to really hate Signetti and let him have it.
He'll give us something. That dude don't back down.
Who do they have this
week? They have a bye.
Oh, they have a bye too?
Yeah.
Oh, we got 2 weeks.
Is that the game day game?
Should be.
Oklahoma, Texas got the Red River rivalry in 2 weeks.
Juice.
If Mateer doesn't play, it should unquestionably be Oregon and Indiana.
No juice.
No kick time yet for that game, by the way, for people asking.
No. My guess is that'll be, well, it might
Third
not
says
be.
12:30.
I'm hoping 12. I don't know what the CBS 12:30 game is that week. That has like 12:30 CBS written all over it.
Should if CBS has first pick.
Or it could turn into a primetime game for NBC
again.
Yeah.
You are definitely on the love boat.
I'm feeling fantastic today.
I text you this, I watched that interview in the post game, and I just text you. You can hate the O and the Duck fans
and
all
you
you want.
can be jealous of Phil Knight and all the bells and whistles that they have.
How do you not get jealous that that's not your team's head coach?
Exactly.
I want a guy that cares like that. You know what I mean?
He lives and breathes it, man. He was so ecstatic after the win that the trend on social media was he's high on cocaine right now.
I mean,
I don't think.
Let's not act like he didn't have some energy there that would
football,
suggest.
I think the
football cocaine.
The takeaway there is football is his cocaine.
Yeah.
That's his high.
Yeah.
Winning a game like that in that environment in that moment,
a drug that exists that could make him as high as that feeling.
No, I don't think there is because he almost cried, but then he came back and he's like, "Oh, we're off."
And he finally had to say in the interview,
"Yeah, he got flustered at the end. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute. I need to come up with something." But the other part of it that was so awesome for that staff because I brought up Tosh Sapoy going into the season. Man, the season did not end well for him last year. They got torched in the Big Ten title game. They still found a way to win. And we know how ugly the Rose Bowl was, right? I had major question marks coming in, and they're probably going to play offenses that are better quarterback play later in the year. We'll see how the rest of the season goes.
Different attacks. Indiana's going to pass. USC's going to pass.
Yeah, Washington's got
Mendoza
three big guys.
Probably strikes more fear into them than Aller did.
Probably, yeah. I don't know if the rest of the players around him do, but Mendoza, I think, is a better quarterback than Drew Aller. I don't disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
The game plan that they came up with to bottle him up for nearly the majority of the game, and then it was a great calling card for the head coaching staff or the coaching staff and the defensive staff to identify that play in overtime. Dylan Thieneman talked about it after the game of we were together in the huddle before, because it was the first play of the second overtime that they ran. And it was they went over it, and it was in film study, and it was, I got a feeling they're going to try and run this play. And they set everybody up. He baited the throw, and he made the play. And so it wasn't just a fluky Drew Aller threw a ball, and it was deflected at the line of scrimmage and popped up.
And grabbed it.
He jumped up and grabbed it, largely because the coaches identified it, and they saw it coming. And so it was a great sign of them in the biggest moment of the game, coming up with the call that sealed the entire thing on the road.
We saw Lanning do the interview, and then they kept filming him, and he went and his wife, and I saw just one of his kids. Maybe they were all three there, but I saw hugged his wife, he hugged his kid, and I mean, maybe a half second after hugging his kid, Lil Poi came over and and I'm like, it would have been so funny if he just got in between Lanning and his wife.
Get out of the way! We're hugging, bro, hug time.
We're work wives, you don't get it.
We got him, boys.
Waiting for it. Here was Lanning, his team coming in with a little bit of youth and people questioning, can they go on into that environment and win? I want you to take a listen because I wonder if this is something we hear on the Ducks versus them, some of the theme stuff.
That's 2 years in a row we played in front of the biggest crowd in Oregon history, and that speaks volumes about how these guys can handle the stage. We said the whiteout was really going to be a white canvas for us today, and we get an opportunity to paint our masterpiece, and those guys did it. Did an unbelievable job of just going out there and executing every play and playing the next play. I thought we had really good composure throughout the game. There was a couple times we hurt ourselves. Penalty, obviously there, late, from Harkey, something we got to be able to control. Didn't see it on the field, but obviously it happened. But overall, our players played, their asses off, whistle to whistle, and that showed up.
They still haven't lost a Big Ten conference game in the regular season, so that's still intact. I don't know if or when, again, rat poison, as you love to say, and
it's a real thing, man.
Sometimes different teams, different schemes, you just maybe overlook an opponent, maybe USC or a Y. Yeah. I don't know who the hell it is, if there is even one.
They were pretty lucky to beat Wisconsin last year. That game could have been an L.
Right, and who saw that coming? Wisconsin wasn't good.
Yep.
That being said, I think the beauty of today is, one, you got that win, so every Duck fan that paid all that money to go to that game, boy, talk about pay off.
So jealous. Nothing worse than traveling and seeing your team lose.
Well, especially the people at the very top. He clapped for those people, which was a really cool moment. But, I just couldn't imagine being at the very top, seeing Little Ants play, and then my team loses, and now I got to drive an hour and a half and all that.
Right.
I think you look around the sport this weekend, and Ole Miss won, and we'll get to the college football dealings, right? Ole Miss won, and Bama gets a road win at Georgia. And you just look around that landscape, man, and in so many other seasons, and Oregon was this last year. So to be fair, with the expanded playoff, there's so much to be had. But I just think that win puts you into a mentality of doing it on the road is just different than doing it at home. And I'm not trying to say beating Penn State's bigger than Ohio State. It's not. But beating Penn State in a whiteout on primetime and looking as dominant as you largely did despite going to double overtime, it just puts you into a mindset that you don't want to say out loud, but you're like, there's not a scary Georgia team right now. There's not a scary Alabama team. There's not a scary Clemson or scary Ohio State. Like, these teams are good. They're very talented, but it puts you into a mindset that you don't want to acknowledge out loud, but you're like, oh, there's a look. There's a look about this.
How perfect would it be for either later today or Tuesday, I forget which day they do, that the first committee rankings would come out? It should be this weekend. You've played a month.
I agree with that.
Almost everybody has
We
played
know.
a real team
Yes.
at this point.
Yes.
There's enough data to start to be able to parse through 1 through 25.
Well, I think the point that's most exciting to me, like, you're not wrong about where they could go the rest of the year and the thoughts that are in our heads.
Not
They're in our
saying they're
heads
gonna
every
do it,
year.
but
No, it's there every year, right? We do this a lot with Oregon, and I don't know if they're going to do it this year or not. But I will maintain the thing that I've been arguing for 3 years, and I remember making this point when they lost the 2 emotionally brutal games to Washington. And last year, the way the season ended to Ohio State, like, it's horrible in the moment, but the belief in Dan Lanning, and I think he has proven it over time, is that they get better every year. And so in year 1, the critique is they didn't finish the season strong and he couldn't beat rivals. Okay. Year 2, they go from 10-3 to 12-2 in year 2, and they beat Oregon State, but they couldn't beat the Huskies. All right. Well, now he can't win a big game after 2 years. Then he beats Ohio State, and then he beats Penn State. So you check those boxes. Now he can show you he can win a big game, and he beat his rivals too. So all the things that we've said about him, he can't do this. The next year, he usually ends up doing it. One of the things that was remaining for him to accomplish, now to be fair to him, it's not like he's had a dozen chances. He hadn't won a big road game yet, other than Utah was a top 25 team when they beat him, but that was the backup quarterback.
Doesn't compare to this.
That was the pig farmer quarterback.
Yep.
Like, they kicked the crap out of him, and that Utah team was okay, but it's not anywhere close to this. Really, the only chances he's had where you could argue the Washington game in the regular season, the Civil War, I guess, at the end of his first year, and there's not a lot of them, right? So he hasn't had that many cracks at it. And so now he's checked that box of like, look, I can take a team on the road and win. And it's just, there's the belief in what he's building. And I will go back to the point that I made earlier. 3 of the best players on the field were true freshmen. They're not going anywhere.
Yes.
Oregon will continue to get better year in and year out. And this is the argument I made all summer when Meringue wanted to kick the door in and laugh at me of like, you think they're just going to fall off a cliff? You think there's no more talent left on this roster because they lost guys in the NFL?
That's what I was going to
This happened 2 years ago,
Right.
and then they went 13-0. And last offseason, all we said, man, Bo Nix is gone, and Jackson Powers Johnson, and Troy Franklin, and Bucky Irving, and on and on and on and on. How are they going to replace them? And they went 13-0. And we did the same exact thing this offseason of like, yeah, I don't know, man. Lost a lot to the NFL. Guess what? They have top 5 recruiting classes every year, and they've reached the point as a program where the talent behind the talent is ready to step in and play at a high level.
And you didn't pick him to go undefeated. How dare you?
I know, only 11-1 this year.
Even you are a doubter.
Even I am a
you
doubter.
are a doubter of old
Even
Dan Lanning.
Sleeper
Right.
over here. Right.
I would say though, like I wanted to note that on my show sheet of like I do want to give you credit. We get so many things wrong, and if you wanna feel good or bad about yourself, if I talk positive about your football team, just know that it's going to go the wrong way. That's basically where my opinions have gone so far in football. What I would say,
Stay
though...
off, dude. Stay off. Don't say anything. Stay off. Back away. Back away now.
At
Drop
this
the
point,
microphone.
I'm just trying to be a good co-host. Lob them up to you so you can spike and go,
Give
hey,
me some
you did
alley-oops
it.
here.
Now, we'll see what happens in the playoff. Who does Sprague pick? Cut his mic.
I can't wait till now he's back to winning big games, and if he loses a playoff game, it'll be back to, yeah, what has Dan Lanning even won, though, man?
Well, so I did want to note that today because I literally wrote it on my show sheet. I will not forget that day. I agreed with your take. I don't know how you can't follow... How can we not follow the sport, the history of the sport, and say recruiting matters a great deal, see that program constantly in the top 5, hit nothing but home runs, not doubles, not singles, home runs in the transfer portal, and conclude that, well, maybe I have them 10-2 or maybe you have them 11-1. We still think that program is going to be in the thick of it.
Yeah, this idea there was going to be a steep drop-off.
And you said it, and I didn't argue with you at all because I agree. Like, they're in an Alabama-Georgia thing where they might not win it, but every year
they're in the mix.
They're in a mix.
Every year.
And some years they might shock us with how elite they are, and other years maybe they lose a game we don't expect, but they're in it. And you did get laughed at. You were yelled at, basically, after our show was over. And you look like a genius today because I noted that because I remember that day fondly of like, I agreed with the take. I thought it was a valid one. The recruiting and everything, the profile said as much. And you just said what we all see, and you got kind of laughed at for it. And I thought, okay, hold that one because I'm sure that's going to age well. And well, after this weekend, with one team not still winning a road game in the Big Ten, or their second road
Purdue
game.
easy. They beat Purdue.
Okay, borderline. Like with everything that happened this week, and I was like, all right, well, there you go. That's the evidence you needed.
Both coaches in year 4, by the way, and they've had the same tenure.
I know, but my point is, to your point, yeah, they have enough of a profile to say whether it's 10-2 or undefeated, they're in that conversation. They're not in this 8-4 conversation.
Well, and that's the whole point about where they're at and where they're going is that they're going to be in the mix every year. Some years better than others. Some years the schedule will break their way. Some years they'll have tougher schedules where they'll have more rope, whatever, right? Like, they're going to give, as long as Dan Lanning is there, they're in the mix to win a national championship every year. Will they eventually get one? I believe that they will. How long will it take? I don't know. Is it this year? Who the hell knows how the rest of the season plays out? But that's the thing that keeps me going. As long as he is there, there's not going to be a drop-off, and they will be in the mix every year. And the thought of winning a national title, usually Ryan Day last year, Jim Harbaugh the year before,
they
Kirby
can't do
Smart,
it till they do it.
You're knocking on the door, in the playoff, and then you kick the door down.
Yeah, maybe it's Kalen DeBoer's year.
It could be. Very well could be.
Let's get to the other side. I don't know if we'll get to Oregon State today, to be honest with you. It's just devastating. We'll get to the other side. James Franklin, still a choke artist. Next on The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Yeah, we just didn't execute. Defense came up with some big stops, got us the ball back, and, it's on us as an offense to go down there and score.
Oof. Tough day for former Oregon quarterback Justin Herbert and the Chargers. They go to New York and they lose outright. Their first loss of the season. It was ugly, man.
That was an ugly game. Jackson Dart didn't do a ton. Herbert threw a pick. How about the pick of the defensive lineman? Was it Lawrence? I think they got it, tipped it up to himself, and almost ran it back.
Yeah.
That was an incredible play. Just for the Chargers, you got to hope their offensive line can get healthy. That was a jaw-dropping loss. If you get Alt back and back-to-back, maybe you'll be all right. But a little some alarm bells going off right now.
Guess who sat Lawrence yesterday in fantasy football?
Oh, no.
Right here, this guy. It's great. Who's stinking up? Chargers on the road, New York. Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who are offering the biggest sale of the year. Buy and install a new air conditioner, and Three Mountains will give you a brand new furnace absolutely free. A great deal. Here's more info, threemountainshomservices.com. Well, we have a lot to get to in the third hour of the program today. Will we get to Corvallis? I don't know.
We will. We have to talk about it today.
They don't care. Why should I care? You can't always count on much these days, but you can't always count on Sundays at the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at $30 for your first year. That breaks down to about $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. The brand man was there in Happy Valley.
Yes, he was on boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground, and he will be in studio at 9:15.
They're going to be a lot of fun to hear about just what it was like, the vibes after the game, the locker room, everything that went into that. That had to have been a pretty fun plane ride home.
Well, we noted earlier, like we saw him dapping up a player on the NBC broadcast, and like Swag, I think is right. It just makes you like that's a moment that if I'm involved, because I love team stuff, right? Like I volunteer to coach, and I just love team. There's not a better thing than team. And if I'm a Dusty, I'm like, that game makes me want to quit my job and just what job will you want me to do for you? I'll do anything just to be here.
You need another water bottle guy? Who tightens the cleats on the bottom of the cleats? Can I get that job?
Now, the brand man's doing a great job as the brand man. I'm just saying, like, I can understand that there's probably that emotion inside of him of like, dude, I just want to do this all the time. That's all I want is this. It's a good moment.
That one, when you get those that camaraderie, the bonding that goes into it in the flight home, there's not many moments in sports after a big win when you're with your boy, like just everything that goes into that's a lot of fun, man.
I don't have enough time to get to Franklin, so I'll hold the Franklin cut for you. Just fire Franklin as they went down 17-3, then they tie, they go double overtime, and it ends. I know people don't believe me when I say these things, okay? Because I don't say them all the time.
Yeah.
My wife is on the couch. She was gone almost the entire game. It's just me at my house watching this on the big screen with Bama, Georgia on my iPad. Sorry I didn't get to Missouri, UMass. And I'm watching both. One's a little ahead, the other. And my wife comes home, and she gets home at the start of the second overtime, okay? Oregon scores. I turn to my wife, and she goes, oh, the Ducks are up. I go, the Ducks are going to win. And she goes, you think so? And I go, yeah, that team never wins this game. I'm not exaggerating. Maybe 5 seconds he threw the pick at Thieneman. And I literally turned and I go, see, told you.
I would have been better if the story was when it was 17-3 and that's when you said it. They don't ever win these games. And then they score two back-to-back touchdowns and you're like, no, just give it time. Just give it time. They're going to find a way to lose this one.
I get accused of time to time from some people of being a duck honk somehow. I don't know how, but okay. I was probably feeling exactly how you were feeling in the sense of 17-3. They weren't losing that game. Now, they blew the lead. They went to double overtime, and you could say, well, anything happens there, Sprague. I just kind of went where you were all week last week. It just felt weirdly confident. I also watched the game, and I saw one dominant team, and I saw the other team being dominated that had this little blip of like, boop, we popped. Yeah. Here we go. And then they got to double overtime to their credit. But
they did.
I don't know. I kind of had the same kind of confidence that they were ultimately going to somehow win that game.
That was the feeling I had going in because I just had faith in the coach and the quarterback, and that's a pretty important combination going into big games like that. Whose coach do you trust more, and whose quarterback do you trust more? And it wasn't really a question for me last week of who I trusted more, but also in the line of the debate of pressure that we had last week. Like, this is just what I was trying to argue. There's pressure on coaches in every big game. If Lanning loses that game and they blow a 14-point lead, we're sitting here saying, oh, my God, how did you let that one slip? And, that was your chance at a marquee win. And you're asking all sorts of hard questions. The Oregon fan base is not going to chant fire Lanning if they're losing that game. Like, that's the difference. Mm-hmm. That's the level of pressure that exists at Penn State for this year in particular. They have built for this moment, and they let it again slip through their fingers. And now I would argue the vast majority of them are out on Franklin, sans him doing exactly what Ryan Day did last year of atoning those losses and winning a national championship.
We'll have to wait and see. We got audio from Franklin we can get to. The other college football slate, National Football League. We have a lot to get to. And we have a Blazer news story we need to get to. Loaded third hour of the program. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks overtime win at Penn State, impressing the AP voters as they vault to number 2 in the latest AP Top 25 college football poll. Ohio State still number 1, Miami 3, Ole Miss moves up to 4, Oklahoma 5, Penn State drops to 7th. Ducks will enjoy the bye this Saturday and prepare to host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. Changes at Arkansas. Sam Pittman fired following the Razorbacks' blowout loss to Notre Dame. Bobby Petrino's been named interim head coach and already has fired 3 defensive assistant coaches as they try to turn things around. A doubleheader to wrap up Week 4 of the NFL slate starts tonight at 4:15 on ESPN with the Jets and Dolphins in Miami. Justin Fields has been medically cleared to play, expected to start for the Jets. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. At 5:15 in Denver, Broncos and Bengals with Denver 7.5-point home favorites. You can see that one on KATU Channel 2. Media Day for the Portland Trailblazers as they get set to embark upon a new season. They will be without Scoot Henderson to start. The team announced over the weekend he suffered a hamstring injury in offseason workouts, and he will be 4 to 8 weeks before being reevaluated. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The home of the Fan Happy Hour.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan. People are saying there's some issues with the app this morning. No comment on that. Hopefully it's working for you. Let us know. Is the app working? Are you getting it okay? Do you read me? Do you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we've been notified by corporate that there are some issues there.
So it's a nationwide issue?
Yes, nationwide issue, not a local issue.
I always thought they were on your side.
No, not on our side on this one, huh?
It's
not like anything big's going on today to talk about, you know? Who needs that one? If you're having issues with the app, we're still on 1080 AM, 105.1 FM.
Indeed.
And come hang out.
YouTube.
The YouTube party
Find
is
us on
pretty big
YouTube.
today. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, you know. Do us a solid right there. We're having a lot of fun today. We will, unfortunately...
Well, we're not always having a lot of fun.
That's true. We're having fun right now. We will not be having fun in a brief moment because we need to talk about it.
Franklin?
We need to talk
we do
about
need to
it.
talk about it. It's crazy. How can you not win these games? You're big.
They haven't fired anybody yet. We'll get to that in a moment.
Well, they're still top-ranked team. Their schedule kind of lines up. They might still make the playoff, to be fair. They're not going to, I was told.
No, they're not going to. Well, hold on. Hold it. If you were a Penn State fan today...
Man, what a weird place to be.
Where would you be?
Well,
where would you be mentally?
Am I me?
You're you.
I'm already conflicted being a Penn State fan for the most obvious of reasons.
Valid point.
That being said, I understand the argument that every pundit makes. Be careful what you wish for. I would also say, really backed financially.
Yeah.
Clearly can get top-end talent here.
Clearly.
I would give it the year, and then I have a break point.
What's your break point at the end? Like, what is the
you just
least
keep
amount
losing to all
required?
the top 10 teams.
Yeah, they got 2 more chances. They're at Ohio State, and they get Indiana at home.
Indiana's going to lose to Oregon, and it might be a really good game. I don't want to overlook Indiana. Rat poison is Dirt
so
says.
Indiana will be maybe 10-15 if they beat Oregon.
It's the week after the Ohio State game, by the way. They get Ohio State and Indiana back-to-back
at
games.
Ohio State.
If you do what you always do, which is beat everybody but the top 10 teams.
So they beat them all other than Ohio State. They go 10-2.
And you don't get to the Big Ten title game in that scenario because I would assume Oregon's in it and Ohio State's in it. So
you now need
bust
Oregon
that.
to lose twice because they have the head-to-head over you, and you would need, if you lost to Ohio State, you would need them to lose.
And your only impressive win of your season would really largely be Indiana
at home.
At home. And so I would assume the committee, but also careful doing that because the committee is a bunch of idiots, you're going to get not the most favorable draw, but not an awful draw, but a scenario where you could lose to another top 10 team, I'm done. And I get all of the, well, it's Penn State.
Yeah.
And I saw this from everybody we're friends with that are friends of the program, and I have a lot of respect for what they do. They do great work. I'm kind of tired of hearing it. If you're asking how I'm feeling as a Penn State fan and that scenario plays out.
Yeah, you would have been one of the fans in the stadium chanting Fire Franklin.
I wouldn't have done it at that
17-3.
point. That's something you save for the end result.
Yeah,
you
when
gotta
he's
add it
walking
yourself.
off the field and then you chant it when the game's over.
That was a mass amount of people that went in already with pucker factor, and they could not emotionally compute what was happening, and it was a blurred out. You ever accidentally curse and you go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
My bad.
That was the Fire Franklin thing. They should have waited till the very end and then done it. But if you go through this whole year and you lose to Oregon, Penn State, or Ohio State, and then you don't go to a Big Ten title game and you go to the playoff and the first top 10, top 5 team you face, you lose, I'm just so over it. I don't care.
At some point, the dam's got to break. At some point, you got to break through.
I don't care about his accountability anymore. Yeah. Cool, man. We've known this is a narrative before that game. You just acknowledging that doesn't make me feel better.
Right.
You got to win. And at some point, he's paid the most money. Is he not the highest paid state employee in Pennsylvania, sans a congressman who's probably illegally trading?
Right.
Absolutely. So, yeah, man, maybe it gets worse. Okay, cool. Or maybe it gets better with a coach that wins the freaking game.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good job.
Did we nab the accountability one from Franklin? I can't find. Can you fire it off on here? Here's him after the game.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know where Swag put
Okay.
it.
Do you know where the Franklin one is? I can't find it in there. I was looking on the board and I couldn't find it.
I don't think he put it on here.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, guys, look, I didn't play. We didn't do a good enough job. And okay, here you go.
I kind of look at the entire picture. I get that narrative, and it's really not a narrative. It's factual. It's the facts. I get it, but I try to look at the entire picture and what we've been able to do here. But at the end of the day, we got to find a way to win those games. I totally get it, and I take ownership, and I take responsibility. At the end of the day, I wanted that for those kids in that locker room. I wanted that for those kids in that locker room, how hard they work, how much they sacrifice. And we had our opportunities.
And he was asked. I listened to the entire thing for Franklin. It would, that's a tough spot to be in as a coach, and you're looking for answers and you can't find them. His only top 10 wins in the last decade were against Utah in the Rose Bowl, where Cam Rising got hurt. Remember he tore his ACL in that game, and they brought in the pig farmer. And last year against Boise State.
Cool.
Those are your 2 top 10 wins in the last.
How much do you
in a decade
recruit those teams? How much do you outspend on those
insurmountable
teams?
margin over both of them?
I think it's totally okay to say this is the record, and the record's amazing. It's hard to argue the record. I think that's where he's coming from the coach angle, and I think that's the tough thing from a coach's perspective is I'm winning at a very, very high clip. I'm not good in this particular game.
I have clearly elevated the program, but.
Yeah, well, in some of those people's minds, you haven't because the coach previous the last 2, 3, whatever it's on now, won national championship. That's unfortunately a standard that still thrives within the fan bases. We can be the best in the sport. Now, I don't know how realistic that is. Some in the sport covering it tells you it's unrealistic. I disagree with that. I think it's been elevated where. So you're telling me if you put Dan Lanning tomorrow, he's like, hey, I want to live in Pennsylvania, and he just leaves Oregon, goes to Penn State, so Penn State's not going to win any of those games?
Right.
I just refuse to believe it. There's a real thing, and I thought his postgame, because I also watched it, I thought his postgame reeked of a guy who was actually somehow surprised of the result.
Yeah, they felt like this was their time. They were the favorite. They had the bye.
They came back. They had the momentum. They went to overtime.
It's not Ohio State. It's Oregon. We can't beat Ohio State. That's fine, but this is Oregon. This is different.
And I think it's one thing to be in a goal line, 4th down, here we go, for all the marbles. I just think the way the game ended also just shocked everybody in the world of just
it's over.
And it's over.
Yeah.
And they snatched the victory from him, and I think you could see it in his face. It's just stunned.
Yeah.
He looked like he wanted to console Aller, and I don't even know what he said to Aller, but it didn't look like it helped.
No.
So, at some point, man, this has to matter. And he is kind of one of those rare, we know he's a good coach. We know he's really good at building a culture and a program. But if you have a standard, he's not close to meeting the standard. At some point, This would not fly at Georgia or Alabama.
Well,
Kirby has a Bama problem, but Kirby beats everybody else. It's like 99-8.
Yeah.
But he's got this Alabama thing, and it pisses them off at Georgia. But he also has 2 national championships.
That helps.
So
it helps you sleep at night.
Where would I be? A long about way to answer your question is like, dude, if it ends how we think it's going to end, like I'm just kind of over it because I will never believe anything you do. You're beating bottom to middle of the road Big Ten teams, which we've said before on the show are not amazing.
Nope.
You beat a patsy of a non-conference schedule, and then the ranked teams you beat, they're like 18th, 22nd. They're debatably a top 25 team
Illinois,
week by week.
yeah.
Yes, Indiana.
Right.
And maybe Indiana gets them, but like you beat Indiana, and I'm supposed to be impressed by that?
Yeah.
Come on.
It's funny to say that 3 or 4 years ago, a win over Indiana is your big win for the season. That would have never really computed in my head. You mentioned Kirby at Georgia. I think Georgia's a great example of this and how I would feel. Like, yeah, there's always the danger that it could go sideways and you hire a terrible guy and it crashes into the side of the mountain. That, to me, is more of a fear-mongering way to believe. Mark Richt was a really good coach for a long time at Georgia.
There's some bad tape of you and I about Mark Richt.
Well, I mean, we argued the opposite. I think this was the one that opened my eyes, man, to be honest with you, because I remember when Georgia got rid of him. His last 2 years at Georgia, he won 10 games in each of those 2 years.
They're in the playoff, by the way, in the expansion
And a lot
era,
of these modern eras, right?
Yeah.
He had 12-win seasons, 10-win seasons, 11-win seasons. Like, he was very good.
Very good, yeah.
145 and 51 in like 15
crazy.
years. He was 83 and 37 in SEC play.
Yeah.
Won a lot of bowl games, went to a bowl game. Every year he was there, like, they were a good program. And they were like, you know what? Not good enough. We think that we can be better. And we had the same take when it happened of like, yeah, but be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
And then they brought in Kirby, and they were 8-5 in year 1, and they made the playoff immediately in year 2, and then in his 6th and 7th years, they won back-to-back national titles. I view this job exactly the same way. Like, I think James Franklin does deserve credit for they were under the sanctions and things were kind of wonky under Bill O'Brien. It just,
See, I thought O'Brien actually kind of rose
he
the
helped.
profile.
He started
it.
Okay,
you can get back into some winning
I'd have to go back
here.
and look at all of his seasons. I can't remember even how long he was there.
I think it was 2 seasons.
Was it pretty quick?
I feel like I just remember being surprised that like year 1 or 2 for them, they started winning.
He was there for 2 years. In 2 years, you know what his record was?
Probably not stellar.
8-4, 7-5.
Yeah, but I remember the 8-4 year is the season I'm talking about, where I was like, oh,
yeah,
okay, because they were that was their sanction season.
That was the first year after Paterno.
Was.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien took over after Paterno,
and then I think after the second year, it randomly just like, oh, they're off sanctions now.
Yes, that happened.
Was like,
yeah,
what?
2 years they were ineligible, and then Franklin took over, and they were both eligible on the first year that he was there in 2014.
So, let me get back to your example because I think that's a great point of the Richt.
Like James
Kirby
Franklin
one.
is a good coach.
Yes.
He beats the teams he's supposed to beat.
Yes.
This was the outlier because usually he wins when he's a favorite. He was a favorite this weekend. 11 wins, 11 wins, 9 wins, 11 wins, and then you had the weird COVID year, a down 7-6 year in 2021, and then 11 wins, 10 wins, 13 wins last year, and he's probably going to win 10 games again this year.
I know, but isn't it a little bit Baltimore Harbaugh?
Yes,
and I know he has a Super Bowl to lean on, but like that was a really long time ago. His brother's since been on 2 new teams since that Super Bowl.
That's why, yeah.
And so I think you look at it similar. Like, we know you're good. We know your team's talented. You can't beat Buffalo. You can't beat Kansas City.
Right.
And now it's crumbling a little bit. Your defense is hurt. You're not healthy. Lamar's banged up. Derrick Henry can't stop fumbling, can't get kicked. Like, it's very similar to Penn State and Baltimore comp right now of, I know they're good coaches. I'm not arguing that they're not good coaches, but to the Richt Kirby example, you know what's funny is get back to the 4-team playoff. Is Penn State in them?
No, the reason they were in it last year was because, maybe in a 4-team format they would have made it last year. I don't know how that would have
Well, how many years do they miss it versus are they in it? And then say, what are they doing? Are they keeping him or are they firing him? Like, unfortunately for a lot of programs, we're in an era of cost saving money and whatnot. I know Pittman got fired, but I think it's just like, oh, you made an expanded playoff, and that's great.
And you beat SMU and Boise State. And then when you played a top 5 team, you
schedule
lost.
To start the playoff, according to everybody else.
Yeah, after losing the Big Ten title game, that was your reward.
Yeah, after your best win last year was Indiana.
Yeah, so this would be it for me. I think it was kind of it from Ryan Day last year of like you lost to Oregon, and then the way the Michigan game went, like you're not going to fire him in the middle of the season, and he paid it off. He won the national championship.
Yeah.
They returned a lot of that talent, and at the end of the season, he was the last one laughing.
Right.
Maybe that is James Franklin, and he shocks everybody, and he finds a way to win a national championship this year. And rises from the ashes. If that happens, we'll all shut up and say, dude, you got it done. If they lose to Ohio State and they don't go to the Big Ten title game and then they lose their first playoff game, they went all in for this season. They have everybody back outside of the 2 guys who left in the top 12 or whatever it was of the NFL draft. They brought the quarterback back, the running backs back. They upgraded at wide receiver. They got a first-round pick at corner. They got a first-round pick on the defensive line. Like, this team's got a lot of talent, man. And for them to underwhelm that way and get outplayed for the majority of the game, I would be right there with you. If you got to go win at Ohio State. If you don't win at Ohio State, you're not making the Big Ten championship game. And right now, I would not pick them to win that game because of the history. And Ohio State looks like they got a damn good defense. And we'll get to them at some point today. But at some point, you got to ask, can you get us over the hump? It's one thing to say a coach hasn't won a big game and he's been in a place for 3 or 4 years. He's been there since 2014, and his only wins over top 10 teams in the last decade are Utah with a backup quarterback and Boise State. That's it. And so the proof is in the pudding after that amount of sample size that he just maybe can't get it done. We'll see how the rest of the year goes for him. They chanted to fire him in the middle of the game.
17-3.
17-3, fire Franklin. Like, things got turned up real quick, man. So Penn State fan going through it today. We actually had a couple Penn State fans chiming into the fan text line. One guy who was bitching about Drew Aller's necklace, which I totally agree
big
with.
Chain?
When he came out with that, I'm like, oh, dude, there's no way they're winning this game. That's a
really?
douchey
That
look.
was your takeaway?
Come on, man. You're Drew Aller. Your name is Drew Aller. What are you wearing a chain out there
I mean,
for?
it's not a diamond encrusted chain the way some, like Trent Walker has a diamond chain that he wears for Oregon State. And I'm like,
does.
What?
He's an OG from Happy Valley,
Justin
man.
Jefferson? What are we doing here?
get
I mean,
grill
shout
for
out
that
those
guy.
kids, man.
Yeah.
I'd buy a chain like that if I was their age. But
get some money, man.
Yeah, I saw the Aller chain too. I'm like, oh, man.
That would not leave me confident. And the quarterback that they not kicked to the door but hit the portal set the Missouri record for consecutive completions this week with 21. Bo Pribula was their backup. Remember, he hit the portal because Aller announced he was coming back for another year, and he's been looking pretty good at Missouri.
He is a multi-million-dollar athlete. All right, so we're going to treat these guys now like we treat pro athletes. I will tell you 100%. I felt for him.
For Drew Aller? Yeah.
That you knew it was going to happen, and you were like, dude, you did the thing.
We all had the same thought of, like, when's the pick coming? There's a pick here somewhere, right? There's going to be one, right? How did they lose the Big Ten title game last year? With a ball with a chance to win the game? What did he do?
He's the only one that, like, made me feel like, for Franklin, I'm just, like, so over the Franklin thing. And Aller throwing that, I was like, oh, man, you did the thing.
You did the thing.
Yeah.
Can't do the thing. Nobody has been fired yet. How is that possible? A new creative way to lose a game. Friday night in Corvallis. Let's talk about it next. 105.1 FM, The Fan.
80 a.m.
Don't worry, we will talk USC at some point, so the fun times will return. Year 4 still can't win in Illinois, huh?
It's just that long run by Altmaier.
Oh, geez.
Was just like...
They should have gotten blown out, too. They got the gift of football gods fumbling into the end zone twice. At the end of half and at the end of regulation. They fumbled into the end zone twice, and they still lost the game.
Hey, dude. My Georgia Tech Wake Forest,
dude,
that was a
you
game.
nearly called. You peed on that bush.
That was a good game.
That bush smelled good.
Jake Dickert, you keep blowing these late game.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this.
Good for Georgia Tech for surviving that one. I don't know who they got. I don't know if it's a trap game for them or what, but that one smelled funky, and you saw it, and they still found a way to survive. You got to win ugly games like that.
I won't bash Dickert for going for 2 because literally watching, I'd go for 2 here and end this crap. I just didn't like the play call.
God, it's funny you bring that up because there's a lot more meat on the bone of the Oregon game I want to get to. I questioned my coach decision-making in the fourth quarter, and then I was like, I'm an idiot.
On which one?
I would have kicked the field goal. It was 10-3.
Yeah.
And they had the 4th and 2.
Yeah.
I would have kicked the field goal there to go up by 2 scores.
I'm just so conditioned that guy will never do that.
He won't.
4th and 2. He trusts those guys.
He does, and they got it done. I felt like an idiot. I'm like, why am I in my living room questioning the coach right now? And then he did the whole, the throat cut thing and all that. And I know the next couple minutes didn't go great, but we live and learn. Let's get to what happened on Friday night. This is a late one, man. I was trying to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch the Ryder Cup on Saturday, and my alarm clock got a little delayed because we were up till basically midnight watching Oregon State in Houston.
Dude, talk about a game that I'm like, can we just
get and put me out of my misery right now?
Sleep here. I drank a Diet Coke, just kind of keep myself awake, and I'm like, oh.
Let's start with the initial reaction to the crowd. I will give a major tip of the cap and round of applause to the student section. They were back. I wasn't sure what that was. Dude, it was filled.
It was the first game back.
It was first game back for the students.
With students,
Yes, and that whole student section was full. So kudos to them for showing up, being loud. They were there before the game started. Awesome.
Kudos to the adults that chose to go down for that.
Yes,
too,
for a 7:30 game. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the game starts. Things are going good.
Boy, what a start.
Things are going good.
Hello.
We're feeling solid.
14-3. Hello.
Is this a look-ahead spot for Houston on a short, coming in on Friday night? We got a bit of a trap vibe to us. It's 14-0, and then all of a sudden, Houston gets a score. Okay, that's all right. We're going to try a field goal at the end of the first half, and then the field goal gets blocked. And then
you don't say. The field goal got blocked.
The field goal got blocked. And then, hey, you know what? Hey, 14-10, we got the lead. We got the lead at the half. We're feeling good. Our defense is playing lights out. Sam's one drive at the end. We're feeling really good, right? Houston gets the ball 3 and out. That's okay. We go 3 and out. Doesn't matter. We force a punt right away back. Then we made a field goal. 17-10. Oregon State made a field goal. It is a miracle.
Yep.
They have the lead. They get another 3 and out from Houston. Oregon State goes 12 plays, 80 yards, 7-minute drive, punch it in. And then all hell broke loose shortly thereafter. After another 3 and out, Oregon State did not run any time off the clock and gave it right back to Houston. Houston decided to go tempo. 8-play, 76-yard touchdown. Oregon State goes 3 and out, kicks it right back to them. 4 plays later, we got ourselves a tie ball game with a chance to win the game at the end of regulation. The field goal was again blocked to the point where you had no faith in that unit in overtime, and you had a 4th down in OT, and you tried to go for it because you couldn't trust your kicker to make a kick, and you didn't pick up the first down.
So here's my only look. Here's the other crazy part. 4th and 4 at the Oregon State 43. There's 6:28 left. At this point, they still need 2 touchdowns.
They do. That was such a big play in that game.
That's the game.
That's the game.
If you get that stop, you're running
over.
clock. Like Houston was dejected. They had no life. There was no vibes there. You were
even if you go 3 and out on the next drive, if you just run it 3 times, you're running like 2 minutes off the clock, and it's 4 minutes left, and they can't come back.
100% agree. That's the game. You can't get the stop. Instead, 16-yard pass, 27-yard pass, boom, touchdown, 5:59 left.
Yeah.
Look, I may have been the jinx here, but I think everybody watching that game was the jinx because we were watching the game, so I'm not going to blame myself here. Here's my only counter to this stuff, okay, because you lost in such awful fashion. Yeah. You are finding unique ways to lose every game.
Every week you're like, is there a new low and a new bottom to find, and they find it.
I'm very confused. So in regulation, you're willing to try the field goal, and I kind of understand it, right? You're at the 46-yard line. There's 5 seconds left. What are you going to do? Throw a Hail Mary? But you're willing to try the field goal there. It gets blocked, which everybody and their mom watching go, this is going to get terrible.
As they lined up and everybody's on their right, Oregon State's left, you're like, here they come.
He's either going to miss or it's going to get blocked.
Yeah.
You have no faith. Why are you willing to try that one, but in overtime where you're way closer?
Yeah, where were they at when they tried to go for it on fourth down? 15-yard line, right? 16-yard line, somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Because they didn't get a first down, if I'm not mistaken. So I would guess they picked up about 9 yards, and so they were probably on around the 16-yard line. On the right hash, and you can't make that kick?
I don't really quite when he chooses to do it, when he's like losing the confidence in it, doesn't make sense to me. I just either have zero confidence in it or don't do it and then do it or don't do it and then don't do it. I don't know what to make of it, dude. You should have won the game. That should have been your first win. It should have been a Monday where we come in and we go, hey,
look at that.
We were wrong. All the noise is wrong. Houston didn't bludgeon you, and you showed up, and you played well, and you won the game. And
you had a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth
quarter. Hey, you're 1-4. Look at the schedule. Maybe you'll be a bowl team this year. And, dude, people texting me, they're not going to fire anybody. And I don't even like calling for public firings because I don't want that karma on me. But
no,
it's just wild to me that this can be continued to happen. Right? Ryan Clark, we got the audio here. Ryan Clark asked what I thought was a very fair question at this point. Is he 1-12 in his last 13, or is it 1-11?
I think it's 1-11 in his last 12. I think that's where we're at.
So we have an actual schedule of games worth of games here. 12 games. You are 1-11. This is the first time they've been 0-5 since 1996. Yeah. What did they do in 96? Oh, that's right. They fired the coach and went and hired Mike Riley, and he saved you from the absolute bottom depths of hell. And Ryan Clark's question, which we can play the audio of, he said audibly you could hear Scott Barnes in the press conference room scoffing.
Yes, as if, how dare you? Here is the question, here is the answer.
I mean, it's the same thing. I can't answer that right now with any kind of truth or knowledge because I'm in the heat of the moment and I don't want to say something that, I don't mean or regret, so I can't answer.
Just as somebody who obviously cares about this university and has put a lot of time and emotion into it, I guess how much more does something like this hurt?
Well, my feelings are insignificant in my mind. I feel for the players. They've done what we asked them to do. They've worked hard. They've stayed positive. They came out and they played a really good football game against a really good team. And to let it slip away at the end, I'm disappointed for them, not myself.
So are you going to have any tough conversations with the AD? The AD scoffs at it as if, how dare you even ask that question and have that thought. You're 0-5 for the first time since 1996. Special teams blunders have cost you multiple games. At the bare minimum, you should be 2-3 at this point in the season. You had no business losing to Fresno State. You were the better team the entire night. And if you don't have some of the most comedically sad special teams blunders, you win that football game.
Well, don't forget the Cal one. It started off with too many men on a field
without
and it got
a doubt.
them going.
I don't know if you win the game because that was the opening drive, but
still.
I'm with you. I'm not excusing that performance either. And then you win on Friday night if you could just execute a field goal. Execute a field goal, you win the game, and don't collapse late defensively.
Their kicker got hurt too, by the way.
Yes.
So they'd have a guy who not attempted a field goal kick come in, and it's funny, the first one he attempts, blocked.
Yeah. How has that guy still got a job? And I'm with you on the calling for heads. It's a weird thing to do in this industry, and I don't,
I'm not a big fan of it.
I'm not a big fan of it. We try to not do it as often as we can. There's just times, though, from whether it's even valid or not, whether it's the long snapper getting the yips is not the fault of the special teams coach, right? Like maybe that kid's just so in his head that he can't figure it out, and that's what doomed them for a game or two. Like at some point, there has to be a sacrificial lamb to appease the fan base to make them believe that at least you care and at least you're doing something about it.
Well, they don't, though, but we know.
And that's the hardest part. And, what if you go on the road to App State and you have a blocked punt is the reason that you lose the game, or you still can't execute the most simplest of things that I can see? I could travel around the metro area on a Friday night and see high school football teams execute this stuff.
Yeah.
That you're incapable of doing. And so it's a strange spot to be in, to call for somebody's job, but how that dude still has a job is absolutely beyond me. And then you dive a little bit more into the weeds of some of the play calling and decision making. I thought Oregon State's offensive game plan late was
It felt like kill the
awful.
clock, don't be as aggressive.
And you knew
is
that
how
they
it
weren't
felt.
going to run the ball because Houston was all gearing up to stop the run, and you'd run it into the wall twice, and then you'd punt it right back to them, and you're like, okay, here comes the entire momentum.
Yeah.
And then in overtime on 3rd and short, they had multiple short yardage situations throughout the course of the game, and they put their fullback in, and what did they do with their fullback? They handed it to him, and what did he do every time they gave it to him in a short yard situation? He fell forward and picked it up. And you have a 3rd and short in overtime. You put in your backup quarterback, and instead of just doing, what has worked for you all night, you get cute and you outthink the room, and you call a quarterback sneak with a guy under 6 foot tall who weighs like 175 pounds.
Who only comes in the most obvious, he's going to run the
He's
football.
gonna run
he
the
can't
ball.
throw the football very well
right,
yet.
and what happens? You get stuck. Like,
Not even close. I think
not
he
even
lost
close.
yardage.
And now it's 4th down, and then to your point, you're not even confident enough to try the field goal. We're running out of things to say because it's like a broken record every week.
It's the same thing
every week. It's just a different way of
coaching.
Yeah,
it's coaching. It's coaching. The players can say that they haven't given up. They play App State this weekend, and they're at App State, and I know it's far. App State lost 47-14. Like, the problem, actually, I think the biggest takeaway is like how much that's got to hurt to lose that game, and how in a way it's like weirdly comical that they're finding unique ways to lose every week. But also the idea that a reporter is just simply asking what everybody's asking.
And the AD scoffs at
And
it
the
as
AD
if, how dare you?
audibly scoffs
dare
at
you?
it. Like, okay, so is it losing to App State at App State, who's 2-2 and shows no life?
He should have turned around and said, Barnes, are you going to have any uncomfortable conversations with the president about why you're still the athletic director? I mean, that should have been the follow-up question if I hear a scoff in the back of the room. I want to read some thoughts. They're coming in at the fan text line, 503-864-6326. Oregon State finds a new creative, agonizing way to lose, and I felt horrible for the players. They deserved to win that game. They did not quit. They played their tails off all night. And to your point about, like, dude, for the people who drove down for a 7:30 kick on a Friday night.
And thought they were going to see the first one.
Hey, look, we're going to get. And, like, dude,
one.
I just felt so bad for the people in the building that had to then walk out. And sadness after that blown lead. We'll read some thoughts. We'll get into some other nuggets in the college football world. We'll obviously get back to Oregon and Penn State later. We have barely even broached the NFL yet. It's a loaded Monday. Back after this first. Here's Swag with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks up to number 2 in the latest AP Top 25 college football rankings after their 30-24 double overtime win at Penn State. They are still behind Ohio State, but ahead of Miami, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma. The Nittany Lions dropped to 7th. The Ducks will enjoy their bye this Saturday and get set to host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. After getting blown out by Notre Dame Saturday, Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman, named Bobby Petrino the interim head coach. Yes, that Bobby Petrino. And this morning, Petrino fired 3 defensive assistant coaches, hoping to turn things around this season. It is a doubleheader to wrap up Week 4 of the NFL slate. First up, 4:15 on ESPN, Jets and Dolphins in Miami. Justin Fields has been medically cleared to play for New York and is expected to start. Dolphins 2.5-point favorites. 5:15 in Denver, the Broncos host the Bengals. Denver 7.5-point favorites there. That one is on KATU Channel 2. The Portland Trailblazers ready to embark on the upcoming season with Media Day today. Over the weekend, the Blazers announced Scoot Henderson suffered a hamstring injury in offseason workouts and will be out 4 to 8 weeks before being reevaluated. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for the a.m.
All right, welcome back in. 8:36. The brand man himself will be in studio at 9:15 to talk about the wideout environment and what he experienced at Penn State.
He's been there. He knows.
He has been there. He knows. We're in the midst, though, of discussing your Oregon State Beavers.
Oh, how about the Lions, dude?
Finding a new low.
We still doubting the Lions?
They got 2 new coordinators.
Oh, yeah. They're really in trouble.
I don't know about those coordinators, man.
You just needed a game or two to
just keep flying under the radar and put the Packers in moments where they're okay being
Campbell
tied.
quietly loves that.
I might have rushed to crown the Packers a little too early.
Oh,
maybe,
you're not alone
maybe
in that,
not.
dude. We all
That might have happened. And up. That one's on me. Somebody commented, Scott Barnes needs to go. He is culpable for OSU's position. We need fresh eyes at the athletic director and coach, and we just need to move forward. This bleeping sucks. I hate myself for buying tickets to Sam Houston before the season started.
Don't hate yourself. You
That's
just
not
go
your
down and
fault.
have a good time.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I don't know if we have a kick time for that game yet. If it's a night game, I don't blame
According
you.
to ESPN, it's who cares.
Yeah.
I think that's what it said on Nobody Will Watch Network.
They're on ESPN Plus this weekend.
Oh, it's at the game?
They're at their ESPN Plus
State.
against App State.
Look, you know how like
12:30, I think.
people find athletes or celebrities that are speaking through social media? If that was a comment publicly and people were like, oh, I wonder how Sprague feels about all this stuff, I'd have liked that comment right there.
Yeah.
There's a little heart, and it says
Little
Sprague
heart right
liked
there.
this.
Beep. I'm going to go ahead and press that button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, I think the question remains for them, when is enough enough?
Well,
and will it ever be enough? Like,
At what point does it get to enough?
So, the Houston, you blow a 2-touchdown lead at home in the fourth quarter
in the
because
final
you
6 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
still don't have a functioning special teams, and if you do, you win the game.
But you can't make changes in the
But
season.
you can't make
Nobody
changes in the
does that.
season because no program has ever done that.
Yeah.
So it's like, is App State, if you lose on the road to Appalachian State, who just got smoked this last weekend,
I
is that
remember
enough?
Time
Is
zone
it
difference.
Yeah.
So that'll be the excuse next week. Yeah. We'll sugarcoat that
And then
one.
we get Wake Forest, who definitely doesn't look like a team that can beat you.
No, Washington State has lost their head coach and hired a new coach, and yeah, there's not a lot of quote unquote quality wins on their resume.
Could you beat Colorado State?
I wouldn't pick you to do it right now. That's for damn sure. And they're like they were competitive in their rivalry game. They at least moved the ball a little bit. Like now they've won a handful of games, and yeah, the North Texas game was embarrassing, but that's a team that looks like they're playing hard. It's a coach that is clearly bought in and passionate, and yeah, you have these two diverging paths where you almost felt coming into the year of Washington State's going to be a gimme at the end of the season because they lost everything. I wouldn't pick you to win either of those games right now.
I texted Sprague after I got back from the high school game Friday night, and Beavs are up. Well, I guess I'll watch the end of this. And sorry, I did. I was, is this worse than losing 45-3?
I think so.
And he said yes.
Because 45-3, you would have gone to bed early and you would have just turned the game off.
You also would have said, like, kind of tracks. You just got blown out. You got blown out by Texas Tech. You got blown out by Oregon. Short week. Like, okay, Houston can score some points. And instead, they did the opposite of what we talked about Friday. We took them to cover, but like that wasn't a compliment to them. That was more about Houston.
Going on the road and having Texas Tech next week and it being a look-ahead spot.
And then they absolutely lost how they lost. And so, yeah, it doesn't sound like that's logical in any way, and you can disagree with it. But I told Swag, I think, yes. I think the other thing this did for me, if it wasn't already, which I kind of alluded to this last week, if anything, the lack of caring and doing nothing tells me that this whole we won our lawsuit and got a war chest thing is just the guy who won the lottery and is just doing nothing with the money.
Just sitting on a pile of
cash. I'd rather
cash.
have it for 20 years because our media deal might suck and okay. Yeah. That's what that tells me, because you can't be bragging about a war chest of money.
Right, and then not striking while the iron's hot.
Not doing anything. Yeah.
And then tell me that it's a $2-3 million buyout and that's what's holding this up. Or, you know, Dusty alluded to maybe not firing me because of the window for portal stuff. I think that's done.
That's over.
So you wouldn't lose guys to the portal. You might lose them by quitting, but I don't know, man. It's just in such a dire situation that beating App State at App State doesn't do jack for me.
No.
And then I don't know what you do against Wake at home. I tend not to feel great about that. It's just a real bottom, hopeless kind of vibe based on that text and probably other people's feelings right now. And I don't know how you turn that around outside of making major, massive changes.
A fresh start for everybody.
And people caring about the athletic department in general.
Yeah, and if I were a Beaver fan, the biggest thing that pissed me off at the end of the night, I mean, obviously losing the game that way was brutal. It would the athletic director scoffing at questions towards the head coach would make me go through the roof. I would lose my mind at that.
Do you know how much they have to pay the special teams coordinator if they fired him?
100,000?
$50,000?
300.
300 grand.
Yeah.
So, to scoff at the idea that things are going wrong. Good luck with that the rest of the way. You think the attendance is going to get any better, by the way, going forward?
Oh, good luck
We're
with your
lucky to
season
have
tickets
anybody
next year.
in the stands on Friday night, and kudos to every single person
Yes.
that drove down on a Friday night for a 7:30 game. You think it's going to get better?
Good luck with your season ticket packages next year. I'm sure those are going to be perfectly priced.
Yeah, but you got a war chest, though, so things are going great. Let's get to some of the other schools. We had USC go on the road and lose to Illinois. More of the same. What do we make of the Huskies? Impressive? Kind of how we thought? What do we think? No offensive touchdowns?
What
bad red
happened
zone
was
play
exactly
calling?
I was afraid of.
Yeah, okay. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Kind of recap the rest of the weekend for the local schools. We'll do that coming up next on 105.1 FM The Fan.
a.m.
Somebody wants to just do a poll question. Who wanted Oregon to lose more on Saturday, Penn State fans or Danny Meringue? Well, based on the way Saturday morning went, I think Meringue might win that poll question because
the Meringue coming in hot today, man. Are you going to fire Lincoln Riley? Or
buddy,
you can't
beat Illinois.
Dude, Illinois coming off a 63-10 loss.
Can't beat Illinois.
That's a tough game to lose.
I heard their defense was fixed, though. I heard they got a new defensive coordinator, and they're taking line of scrimmage play very seriously. Let's check the notes on how many yards Illinois' offense. What was the score again last week against
63-10.
63-10. Okay, so not a lot of production from Illinois' offense in that game. Ooh, that's right. They had 502 yards of offense. They averaged 12.3 yards per pass and 5 yards per run.
Altmaier had that long run on that game-winning drive, and I'm like, dude, is this just going to happen every year under Lincoln? I thought Bielema's post-game was hilarious. He's like, well, I got the best kicker in the country. I knew we got to at least 4. He was over. I'm like, oh, man.
This guy's got some balls,
That guy loves that kid.
Yeah, it was hilarious to see the exact same game that we've seen how many times with Lincoln Riley at USC happen again. And
I'm putting a poll question up. That's actually really funny.
That's a hilarious poll question. It's the same team. They're the same team. They're good offensively. They got a good quarterback. Their wide receiver, that Lemon kid's a beast, man. He's an absolute stud.
Oh, I think Mayava is good.
Mayava's good.
Lemon's
it's
good.
the same team, though. They just get pushed around and they can't win on the road. Yeah. We do this every year with USC and Lincoln Riley. This is the year it's different. No, it's not. You can't win in Illinois. We are not the same. And they lost again in Big Ten play.
Still only one conference road win.
Only one conference road win for Lincoln Riley in that conference. Oregon has now won more Big Ten games than USC and Washington combined in their tenure in the conference. They get a bye before they go on a stretch of playing Michigan at home, who, by the way, last time I checked, pretty good line of scrimmage play.
They can have a run game.
Went on the road to Notre Dame, who, what did they do this weekend in Arkansas? Notre Dame may be figuring it out offensively. They look pretty damn good. And then they go on the road to Nebraska. So good luck the next couple of weeks. Have fun with that. They're going to win one of them. Maybe they even win 2. The point just remains, like, when you're the same team over and over and over again, this is one of the things that I think is a calling card of an elite coach. Like, we have a deficiency. Mm-hmm. How do we fix that deficiency and get better at it year to year? And when you've been essentially the same team in the 4 years under Lincoln Riley, where year 1, you're propped up by Caleb Williams, who is a beast, and you win a lot of close games. Year 2, your defense craters, and you can't run the ball, and your offensive line is bad. You had a rough year with Caleb Williams. Last year, you lose all these one-score games that you had no business losing in games where you had the lead. And here is another example of a game where they kind of got off to a good start. They're feeling good. You got the lead at times, and then all of a sudden you look up, and Illinois, without a couple of end zone fumbles, probably runs away from this thing in the second half. It's just they keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, and maybe it's, to your point, maybe they can correct some of that stuff, and you go the rest of the year and you don't lose another road. Well, you play at Autzen, so I think you're going to lose that. But, like, my point is,
they still got trips to Notre Dame, Nebraska, and Oregon left on the schedule.
Talk about a great performance for a team that had a questionable record of the top 25. Mm-hmm. Hello, Notre Dame.
Went on the road to the SEC and got a coach fired.
4.5-point spread? Probably should have been 45, not 4.5. A lot of it is what you said, right? It's the same stuff over and over and over again. And I don't know what you do and how you defend it. Because it's one thing to say, oh, this is the record since the Big Ten. I actually think what you're doing is a little unfair to Washington, and I know you hate Washington. At least
they're not the same. They lost their coach, yeah.
Everything was
not the
stripped to the studs, and we had to restart. And so here you go, Big Ten year 1, no Kalen DeBoer, and now it's year 2 in Ohio State. It looks like a defensive wagon. USC still being this year 4. I mean, I don't know if it's a 9-3, an 8-4. It's certainly ain't a 10-2. And so that's going to be no playoff.
Yeah.
That's going to be a no Big Ten title game.
Another 4th year there without the playoff and without a conference championship.
And I don't know where their resources and finances are at. I don't know what any program is at in terms of who's getting fired and who's not. If they're 8-4 this year, I mean, that might save his job, quote unquote, but that's just kind of crazy that we're there.
It's a sad reality that if I told you when he was hired, you're going to save your job by going 8-4 in year 4, because that'll be a good year in the minds of some.
You are in Los Angeles all by yourself. Like, I know UCLA is there, but you really are in Los Angeles all by yourself.
If you can't win a game, you don't exist. And until UCLA wins a game this year, they don't exist, because they might go 0-12.
I don't know if there's a might, dude. Who are they beating?
Do you know who they got this weekend?
No, but I saw they almost came back against Northwestern.
they host Penn State.
Is it in Penn State?
It's in LA.
It's at the Rose Bowl.
At the Rose Bowl.
12:30 CBS.
Hey, there's your God. CBS has to just be cursing people out. These are the games we get? Are you kidding me?
Dude, I know.
What are we paying for, Big Ten?
Well,
Step your game up, man.
Their CBS game this weekend looked good on paper, but
well, let's get to that one.
It's a little bit of a damn, dude. We clearly can see one's ready and the other one's not quite there.
Before we get to the game, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised by this because there was a lot of red in Autzen last year.
Yeah,
that felt like a 50. That was insane.
I know.
When that first camera shot went live in Seattle, we all had the same reaction of like, oh my God.
I bet you it was 65-35, to be fair, which
now,
is still a lot of red.
I saw a lot of Huskies who were connected to genuinely pissed about this because a huge chunk of the seats that were sold were season ticket holders right behind the Husky bench. And that's like the cream of the crop donors and boosters, and like those are the people that sold their ticket, not the riffraff and the 300 level. You're always going to get that. It was the location of it that made it just like salt in the wound of a massive opportunity. The number one team in the country comes to town. And I know you can't do anything about it because it's a capitalistic system, and to each their own. They can choose what to do with their property.
Brother,
what they
man,
want.
have you checked prices of stuff in society nowadays?
I know. There was a push from a lot of Husky fans that I saw online of like, find every single one of those people and strip their season tickets away from them. It's becoming an alarming trend in the Seattle area because Seahawks fans are doing it as well. And I get it. You want to make money, and somebody's willing to pay you 10 times the amount. Yeah. I remember hearing crazy stories from Oregon fans last year of how much money Ohio State fans were offering them for their season tickets. Remember, I think it was Dusty that said he had a friend who turned down like $20,000 for a set of 7 or 8 tickets. Like they were getting insane offers.
To which I would say,
good for you, but also hard to do. I get it.
20 G's.
20 G's is a lot of money. A lot of red in that stadium, and it was game. I want to carry it over to the final hour because we're kind of against it. Very upset from that fan base about a roughing the passer call that they felt like changed the outcome or the outlook of that game.
I saw my cousin because he's an alum and he loves the Huskies. He roots for them. He's not like one of these crazies who everything is against Washington guys.
Yeah,
quite upset by that one.
I mean, it was a horrible call. Horrible call.
I mean,
there's no excusing it. It would have been 3rd and 20. Now the tough part is like do you commit a pass interference on the next play?
Soft with a WT.
Yeah, soft. That was a soft call. And I'll give him credit for hanging around. Let's carry this over to the final hour. Dusty's going to pop in at 9:15, so we'll get the inside story on what it was like in Happy Valley. We got to start diving into some NFL stuff as well. I got a few nuggets left on that Oregon Penn State game. The Chiefs are back, which is just going to piss me off.
Chief fan loves that you hate him because I think it just continues to make him be better.
Yeah, I know it does.
Jalen Hurts is a winner.
Jalen Hurts completed 0 passes in the second half and won. A.J. Brown is posting Bible verses on his social media accounts. He's so upset about their offense, but keep winning.
I mean, a dub is a dub, is it not?
Dub is a dub.
He was 14 of 15 in the first half.
He was great in the first half. He's just is he turned into a one-half player? Because that's what he was against the Rams 2 weeks ago. It was horrible in the first half, and then the second half he lit him up. So he's good for 2 quarters.
We also had a coach-on-coach on-field.
We did.
Almost a fight, which wouldn't have gone well for one coach. And
Duval.
I mean, he had his moment, and he took advantage of it.
He did. The door was cracked, so we still got a ton to get to. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for being with us. If you're having issues on the Odyssey app, just remember, 1080 AM, 105.1 FM, live on YouTube. Come hang with us. One more hour to go. Back after this on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the Oregon Ducks enjoying the spoils of their 30-24 overtime win at Penn State, seeing their name vault to number 2 in the latest AP Top 25 college football rankings. They are behind Ohio State. Ahead of Miami, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma, Penn State drops to 7. The Ducks will enjoy the bye this Saturday and get set to host number 8 Indiana on October 11th. Following a blowout loss at home to Notre Dame, Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman and then named Bobby Petrino the interim head coach. His first act this morning, firing 3 defensive assistants as they try to turn things around and salvage some season. It is a doubleheader to wrap up the Week 4 NFL slate tonight. We'll start at 4:15 down in South Beach. The Jets taking on the Dolphins. Justin Fields medically cleared to play and expected to start for New York. The Dolphins, 2.5-point favorites. 5:15 on KATU Channel 2. The Broncos host the Bengals. Denver, 7.5-point favorites. The marathon that is the Portland Trail Blazers season officially gets underway today with Media Day. During the weekend, the Blazers announced Scoot Henderson suffered a hamstring injury in off-season workouts. He'll be out at least 4 to 8 weeks before being re-evaluated. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Recruiting with Andrew Nemec.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Sprague here, 105.1 FM, The Fan. 1080 AM, live on YouTube. Got a good crowd in there. If you're watching, like the video, man. Hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Videos posted all the time. You can watch all of our shows live. So jump on in. The waters are warm. I got to admit, I got the same laptop problem that you got now, where my time on my computer is 3 hours ahead, and it is a total mind bleep the entire show. It says noon right now, and every time I look down, I'm like, wait a minute. No, yes, it's sending me down.
I thought you could fix that.
You can. We're lazy and we're stupid.
I'm an idiot. I don't know how to fix it. If somebody knows how to fix it, settings. Is it settings? Okay.
And I haven't changed mine, so I've gotten used to it. It's almost like a military time thing for me. Where I'm like, it's 18:25.
It's 1:50. What? 12:11.
I had to do that earlier for the baseball schedule, and we did our weekend recap of this is the schedule for the baseball games, and I kept looking at every number and just subtracting 3.
These games all start at 1 o'clock. Oh, no, wait, no, they don't. They start earlier than that. We'll talk to Dusty Harrah coming up in a moment. He was on the sidelines for Oregon and Penn State, so he'll pop in, give us the full lowdown on what it looked like there. I got a couple of leftover nuggies. Look, tomorrow's probably going to turn into a very heavy leftover NFL show and baseball playoffs beginning show. Let's just see how the rest of the hour goes.
Well, we have basketball news, and we have Blazer Media Day. We do. Commencing right now.
Starting right now.
Right now.
Scoot Henderson out for the first 2 months of the season, so that's cool. If not longer than that.
I mean, torn hamstring. It's a grade 2 tear. It's great.
Guess we know who the starting backcourt's going to be. Don't got to worry about that one.
Well, who do you think it's going to be?
Why are you saying like that?
Well, I may or may not.
Is it not Drew Holiday or Shaden Sharp and Drew Holiday? Who else is starting? Do we have any other guards on our team? Who am I forgetting?
Drew, 2, Denny, Jeremy, Donovan. Reel me that, Batman. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, we just got, as a matter of fact, the training camp roster.
Yeah.
Don't forget Blake Wesley.
So Shaden Sharp in the contract year is going to come off, even with Scoot hurt, we're going to bring him off the bench.
Why don't you earn it?
Yeah.
You earn your $100.
You got Caleb Love on a 2-way that can come up and fill in.
Caleb Love.
We were clipped on a Blazer Trail documentary for YouTube of being very complimentary of them getting Caleb Love. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware of
Mike
that.
Richmond, the homie, hooked it up. He said, dude, we're in this. And I went and watched the...
In the team documentary, we were in it?
In the team docuseries, The Trail.
Do they not realize that I was speaking with 100% sarcasm whenever Caleb Love was brought up?
Love is basically what we were saying. And then they pivoted to Richmond saying complimentary things. Who cares?
I mean, love is love, you know?
Yeah, how would that make you feel if that's the starting lineup? If Shaden's off the bench again?
I mean, they won 36 games last year. So this whole, prove it thing of What? Yeah, I don't know. I digress. It's going to put me right back to where I was mentally.
Drew's going to get minutes.
I know Drew's going to get minutes. I'm not surprised that Drew's going to get minutes. But the question was, who starts, Shaden or Scoot? Because we all knew that Drew can't. Yeah. We can't ask a veteran to come off the bench. How dare we?
Who's their second leading scorer this year? If you had to put actual do-re-mi
Who's their
on
leading scorer this year?
Denny.
Okay.
You poo-pooing that?
I don't know if I'm poo-pooing it, but that was just what, did he lead the team in points last year?
I believe he did.
Okay. More than Anthony Simons?
Well, touche. I don't think he scored more than Ant.
I don't think that he did. Let me pull it up.
Well, so it's Simons. Ant's not back.
Simons is gone.
Simons is a Celtic.
Denny Avdia was not even the second leading scorer on the team last year.
Was it Shea?
It was Shaden Sharp. Averaged more points per game than Denny Avdia.
What was he at? 18 what?
Ant was at 19.3.
Yep.
Shaden was at 18.5.
Oh, and so he was like what? 8?
Denny was 16.9.
Oh.
Remember, he didn't do anything for the first 3 months of the year.
Well, that's right.
And then he came on strong.
Yeah, statistically speaking, his season was actually the same as the year prior.
Yes.
But he finished
But
really
he's
strong.
the number one guy.
Easily.
Number one guy.
He's going to be the ball handler anyway.
He's got to be the guy.
Yeah. Meringue's actually the one that told me that, the lineup thing, and I didn't even respond to it, but I'm like,
Yeah, year 4, contract year. I prefer to keep those guys coming off the bench, cut down the minutes a little bit. Why give a young guy looks? Because we're clearly competing for a championship this year, so, why
I would
would
more
we
argue
want to...
Jeremy should be on the bench.
Jeremy Grant was one of the worst players in the NBA last year.
Drew Holiday.
So if this whole prove it thing is not a prove it thing if you make a lot of money, which makes the whole thing laughable, because Anthony Simons didn't ever have to prove it defensively.
No.
We'd never benched him. God forbid. God forbid.
We traded him.
We did, finally.
So
3 years too late.
Drew, Shea.
I'm happy on a Monday. Now you're just making me angry.
Denny,
you're doing
Donovan.
this on purpose.
That's the lineup that should go out.
Now my blood's boiling over here.
Really?
Yes.
Why would your blood boil over a team
because the whole idea
already kind of down on?
The whole idea of making certain guys prove it and others not just makes me pissed off.
Really?
It pisses me off.
Huh.
Why are there different standards for different players?
I mean, that's sports.
Anthony Simons never played a lick of defense, but I was told defense was important. Jeremy Grant was one of the worst players on the floor, night in and night out, over and over and over and over again. How many times was he brought off the bench last year? The answer to that is 0. He played in 47 games. He started all 47 games.
Yeah.
But he's got a massive contract. We got to play him. We'll get 2 first-round picks for him. Don't worry. They can move that contract. It's going to happen.
Just devastating that happened to Scoot.
Dude, it sucks. He's going into a massive year, and now he might miss the first 2 months of the season.
Poor Scooter.
I mean, that's been the problem with your young guys. Shaden at least stayed healthy for the majority. He ended up playing 72 games last year. He missed a little bit of time.
The year before that, it was 31.
The year before that, he was banged up, but Scoot only played in 66 games last year, and so he's been banged up a little. Now he's like, that just sucks. It sucks for him. I'm bummed, and the idea of Shaden coming off the bench makes my blood boil.
Would Drew and Scoot make you happy? Because I think you could argue that's also kind of an odd deal.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I know Drew can play off ball.
Sure. I mean, none of it. Yeah.
It's Media Day.
It's Media Day. Happy Blazer Media Day.
Happy
everybody.
Blazer Media Day to you and to
They are
everyone that
back.
observes. I'm sorry about Scoot. It's a real bummer, but I can't wait till about mid to late November when we get him back.
Yes. Hopefully he's back at that time. Washington played the number 1 team in the country this weekend. Ohio State came to town.
They did. You know what? They hung.
Did it go about how you thought it was going to go? Is that kind of the way we saw that game going?
I mean, I had more points being scored, admittedly, but when we talked Friday after doing our big PP picks, I told you that I had some buyer's remorse of taking the Huskies and the points, and that was kind of the reason. I didn't think they'd score just 6, so credit to Ohio State for doing better defensively than I thought that they would, but I knew they were better.
Yeah, Jonah Coleman had one long run, and other than that, they bottled him up pretty good.
I mean, the pressure on DeMond, I thought the defensive line kind of wreaked havoc. And, they had the big breakout play kind of there to get the offense humming for Ohio State with Jeremiah Smith when he got that touchdown.
Yes.
So
giving him the ball seems to be a good strategy.
Yeah, not bad. Sayan wasn't overly impressive to me, but again, we'll see where he goes as a youngerish kind of player getting his first opportunity.
Yeah, young guy on the road for the first time.
Overall, about what I expected in terms of how I viewed them go Friday, but made a mistake Thursday.
Yeah, I felt like it was going to be a game where they could hang around for a bit, just the environment, although there was a little bit more. I should have remembered Ohio State fans and how psychotic they are.
It was 7-3 at halftime, dude.
It was 7-3. They were
hung.
in the game. They were right there with them. And then things, the end of in the third quarter, now all of a sudden you're down by 2 scores, and they had issues in the red zone. And I get that a lot of Husky fans will single out that roughing the passer call because it would have been 3rd and 20.
It was brutal.
It was brutal. It was a horrible call. There's no excusing it. I also sometimes feel like, whenever teams lose, this is what we tend to do. Like Penn State fan is doing this all over social media now, pointing out every time they missed a holding call, and now we're Zapruder filming the Noah Whittington knee, and we're not focusing on, the Alex Harkey personal foul was total BS too. That should not have been called. He was hit in the head and then responded. It's like, and if you don't call that, does Oregon then get a first down and ice the clock, and the game doesn't even go to overtime? Like, so you're just picking and choosing the ones that went against you, when in reality, there's other things that you should be upset about. Jed Fish ran one of the dumbest, worst fake field goals that I've seen since Jonathan Smith tried to hand it off to his kicker from the 40-yard line.
I'm such an anti-fake field goal guy, and I know there's examples in the history of the sport that we can point to and say, see, it works.
They're in a safety. They had all their, 3 or 4 guys backed up.
They were ready for it.
They weren't even trying to block the kick.
I'm just such a big...
Check out of it. Kick the field goal.
I'm more of a... Yeah, either kick the field goal, or if you're thinking like...
Go for it, just go for it.
I'd rather my offense, who practices this all week.
DeMond Williams pretty good. Let him run around.
Just fail with him doing it than Grady gross.
Yeah,
that play was gross.
Yes, it was. So you can focus on that. I focus on that kind of stuff of what are you doing? They were up, I believe, 3-0 at the time.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. I think they had already kicked their first field goal, so it's 3-0. You got a chance. You want to kick another field goal to go up 6, or you want to go for it. That was an ugly. The guy wasn't even turning around looking for the ball, so they weren't even on the same page. I thought some of Jed Fish's red zone play calling was horrendous.
They hadn't gotten the field goal yet.
Okay, so it's still 0-0 at the time. I couldn't remember if we were live on the air doing the pregame. I was watching.
Oh, no, my apologies. I was reading the play-by-play incorrectly.
Okay.
So, yes, they had gotten
I thought they had gotten one. So the guy had already made Gross had already made a field goal, so he had some confidence in him.
He's an experienced kicker.
Yeah, and just get 3 more points, and if he misses it, whatever. I'd rather do that than try and, run a fake in that spot. I thought the play calling in the red zone was horrendous at times for Washington, and they just would get bogged down. I'll give them credit. Defensively, they were better than I thought they were going to be, and they held their own. They got the goal line stand early in the game. I was terrified of what their defense, or I would have been if I were a Husky fan, terrified of what their defense could look like. They were better on that side of the ball. I think the same questions remain, though, about where they were last year. And I think there's no doubt Washington is better than they were a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when they played the elite teams, use the Oregon game at the end of the season when DeMond started, he was sacked 10 times and just overwhelmed in the pocket. And if you can kind of find a way to hem him in and make him second-guess stuff, he ended up having negative 28 yards rushing in this game, largely because of sacks. He didn't have a run longer than 10 yards. They did a really good job saying, bottle him up, bring him down. They had a key 4th down late in that game where he ended up getting flung backwards 6 yards. The offensive line isn't quite there yet, and that would be the big concern for me going forward. The benefit is I don't know if you're going to play a defense better than Ohio State's the rest of the year. They look the part on that side of the ball.
Oregon's would do that.
It's in the same category for sure. You got to go on the road to Michigan, who we know is good defensively. That's not going to be easy.
One.
So, and I even look at this weekend I'm not surprised that the game went the way that it went for them. This is the weekend that I honestly circle more.
Yeah, do you have the loss impact you? Do you lose the game twice?
You got to go on the road to Maryland. You got to fly all the way across the country and play Maryland at 12:30 on the Big Ten Network this weekend.
Yes.
Maryland's fine, but they can air it out a little bit. And are you going to be hungover going into that game?
Yeah.
To your point, let them beat you. This is the weekend I learned more because I didn't expect Washington to be able to beat the upper echelon teams in the Big Ten this year. I still think they're a ways away from that. But they should be better than the rest of the middle of the pack or the bottom of the pack. And they lost a lot of those games last year, and Maryland is first one on deck to prove you're better than that.
Also, and I'm saying this without actually going through and examining every game. Maryland can get you.
They can.
Their quarterback, as we mentioned, Young of Sling the Rock.
They're undefeated this year. They're 4-0.
They're also second in the conference in sacks a game.
Yeah.
They get after the quarterback. So it's a big part of what are you going to be? I'm with you on the defense. I was impressed. And I didn't want to allow the Washington State game to cloud what I thought was an improved defensive unit. Now, they still lack a lot of depth.
Mm-hmm.
They're not very good at getting to the quarterback. Their secondary is a little bit questionable. But for the most part, I think Walters is a pretty good defense there. So is that going to travel with you this weekend? Because if you're holding Ohio State to 24, you should be able to do pretty decent job against Maryland.
There's no Jeremiah Smith on that team.
No, and the benefit for them, too, is it's not a 9 a.m. West Coast kick.
No, it's not.
It's a 12 o'clock kick our time.
Yep.
And so I just look at that and I say, you have a real opportunity this weekend to kind of compose yourself despite going cross-country and say, all right, Ohio State was devastating. We didn't play very well. We shot ourselves in the foot. We're not going to make some of these mistakes. They are more talented than Maryland. At least they have, going into the game, I think, a more talented roster.
Yes.
So, yeah, the final doesn't necessarily indicate, but also not really surprised Ohio State did what they did and won by the margin that they did. They played pretty well. And I'll say this, too. Some places like Penn State fans get this of they get really mad when their big game isn't a night game for the whiteout.
Yeah.
Husky fan probably wants the 4:30, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock kick.
It helps, dude. It helps for sure.
But I actually think aesthetically, I love Husky Stadium for a mid-afternoon big
Sun's
game.
out. You can see the Lake Washington.
Just looks amazing to me on television.
You're not wrong there. As we put a bow on this college football talk for the day, let's give one more round of applause to Washington State, who somehow went on the road and held Colorado State without a touchdown.
3 points.
Washington State is 3-2. They're above 5. They're 3 wins away from a bowl game. They still have Toledo on their schedule, Louisiana Tech on their schedule, and James Madison.
Miss.
Their next game is at Ole Miss. They got a bye, I believe, this week, and then they go on the road to Ole Miss. Talk about losing a game twice.
They're not beating Ole Miss.
I don't think they're not going to win.
Can we stop?
No,
we got Dusty to get
until
to.
they do.
Come on,
until they do.
What do you think Chambliss is going to do to them?
They lost at home to Kentucky last year. Washington State, Kentucky. Is that the trap? Double trap?
The trap. The trap.
Who's Ole Miss got? Who's got Ole Miss after that?
Oh, that's actually looked that up.
Who's Ole Miss playing the week after Washington State? Let's see. They got they're 5-0. They beat LSU this weekend. At Georgia. They're at Georgia the next week.
That's a trap.
That's a trap.
It's
a trap.
It's so good.
What if they did it?
Let me ask you guys a question.
Oh my God.
What's the play?
I mean, at this point, I might take the Cougs with the points. I don't think
that spread's going to be 34.
I think I've been wrong on every Coug game so far this year.
I've been largely wrong.
Yeah, because I took Colorado State this week, and I took San Diego. I mean, I took them to cover at North Texas. That didn't go well. So, well done, Cougs. Well done. Great win on the road. 3 wins away from bowl eligibility with Jimmy Rogers. Let's get to Dusty. He's going to pop in studio. We'll talk about his time in Happy Valley. What was the atmosphere like? Where does it rank amongst the all-time regular season wins? I got somebody's Mount Rushmore of Oregon regular season wins that I don't know if I disagree with. So I'll throw it out there. We'll see if the fans agree.
It's got to be in the conversation.
It's got to be in the mix. We'll talk a little bit more about that big Oregon win. That's next on The Fan.
Now, before we do this, let's go over the ground rules.
Pelican Brewing presents the Daily Ticker, where Dirt and Sprague hit the big stories you've heard about and some you haven't.
How'd you do that? Actually, I'm not even mad. It's amazing.
Pelican invites you to take a beach break at one of their coastal locations: Pacific City, Tillamook, Cannon Beach, Lincoln City, and coming soon to Rockaway Beach. Pelican Brewing, born at the beach.
All right, Daily Ticker time on a Monday, brought to you as always by our good friends at Pelican Brewing. Their Hard Hops presents today's Daily Ticker. Discover Hard Hops Blackberry Hop-Infused Hard Seltzer and experience your hops differently. We got a special guest today for the Daily Ticker. The man himself. He was on the scene. He's been there. He knows. Chicks dig him. The brand man himself, Dusty Hara. What's going on, buddy? What time did you get home yesterday?
Yeah, I feel honored right now.
Yeah,
like,
really. I feel like that mic sounds weird. Hey, we got the mic. We got the right mic here, Swag.
Yeah,
I think we got the right mic.
Okay, that one sounds.
I can
better.
hear.
Okay,
yeah.
You got him.
Turn your headphones up.
I got
Dirt.
you, dog. I got you.
I feel honored to be the Daily Ticker guest. I didn't think I'd ever be a Daily Ticker guest, so thank you guys.
We give out awards for this. We'll
I
give you
love
something.
Pelican beer.
Yes.
I love the Quanda Cream. I love Beak Breaker.
Ooh.
Huh?
Ooh.
I love
Who doesn't love a good Beak Breaker?
Tropical Beak Breaker.
Yes. Now we're getting spicy.
You know they have sodas now.
Craft sodas too.
Craft sodas too.
The craft sodas. The root beer craft soda is addicting.
I'm a big Pelican fan.
I was also nervous you weren't going to be a Ticker guest because you landed, and I think you immediately had sporting events to attend and be a parent and a husband.
So what time did the flight land on Saturday, Sunday morning?
I have a text that I'm bringing up from my wife right now that I sent to my wife. Landed at 6:09 a.m.
6:09 a.m. So get everybody together, jump on the bird. We're flying back 6:09 a.m.
Yeah, well, so here's the problem. Is that State College is a very small town. It is, somebody made this comparison, and I think they nailed it. It is like if you had a 100,000-seat stadium in Corvallis.
Really?
It's that small of a town?
Yeah.
That's
nuts.
nuts.
It's a very, like, when we landed and then we drove to where we were staying the night before the game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kidding. We were driving, and once you got out of like where the airport is, we went through past some apartments. We went like 30 minutes, and I didn't see a light, like a street light, a house light,
just like farm country is where you're
like
at.
Rolling hills,
Yeah.
you saw nothing out there. So it's a really small area. So they have like a 2-lane highway that goes out of town. Apparently there was an accident. And so there was like, it took a while to even, like 2 hours to even get out of the parking lot.
Oh, brutal.
And so it was a late one, but
yeah, but you're feeling good because of the win and the way the game goes. So before we get to the game, let's ask
about my son's doubleheader in baseball.
Your son's doubleheader in baseball.
Won both of them.
Oh, there we go.
There you
Look
go.
At that.
Hey,
Look
that's
at
all
that.
that's important.
The Hara family just picking up dubs all over the place this weekend. Rank it in terms of its loudness of the venues that you've been in.
Oh boy. I think like when you get into a loud environment, there comes a point where you're like, I don't know. It's up there. I would put Husky Stadium.
Yeah.
With when Oregon was there.
Okay.
The Oregon-Ohio State game in Autzen Stadium, like that was mind-numbingly loud.
Yeah.
And then Penn State is right there in those three, but all three are very like it's different kinds of loud. And what Beaver Stadium is short bursts of just you go, whoa, like you can feel it. You can feel the vibrations of the noise coming down. And it comes at you though in really short bursts and then it stops. And like when they play Mo Bamba, they set up this bank of speakers in front of the student section and it faces the field and they blast Mo Bamba and everybody's singing along with it. And they do a really good job of timing it up to where the song ends right when you're supposed to cut the music as the team's walking up to the line of scrimmage. And then everybody just goes nuts. But they go nuts for like 5 seconds. But that 5 seconds is when the offense is at the line of scrimmage.
Trying to hike the ball.
And you're going, whoa.
Yeah.
Like that's different. That's really loud. Husky Stadium, it gives like more longer waves of sound, but it does come in bursts too.
Mm-hmm.
Autzen is 4 hours of hell, where it's like we've all been there, we've all heard it, where it's just yelling and it's constant and it doesn't stop, right? And so like those three are all different, but they're all really, I mean, it was loud. I don't want, like, don't get it twisted. It was loud in there.
I mean, I think you reach a point with any venue
Loud
like
is
that
loud.
where loud is loud.
It's
You're like,
just-
hey, how do you separate? How do you I don't know. I mean, my ears are ringing every time.
I can't hear either way, so.
Now, I want to ask you because he went in, and it's not surprising, right? Like, he was just confident. I think a lot of Duck fans probably were because of Franklin's record. I was more just curious to see how the start of it was going to be with the noise and the offense and the hand signals and all that stuff. It was a pretty quick first possession where I went, all right, not a touchdown, but I think they're going to be okay here.
Moving the ball effectively.
What was that it for you, or did you go in with that kind of, I think they'll be all right?
Like going into the game or at
Yeah,
like halftime?
like
once it
when did
started?
you really feel maybe confident might not be the right word, but you're like, man, Oregon can do this.
I thought it was after the first defensive series.
Mm-hmm.
The first defensive series when you sit there and you're like, they're not going to get like the run defense, obviously 297 in the Big Ten championship game. That was kind of the concern.
Yep.
And you're going, all right, the 2 running backs are back. 4 of their 5 offensive linemen are back. Their quarterback, though people have their questions about him, I think a lot of those have been put to bed, but he comes back. Like, they're going to be effective in running the football. They weren't. And that, to me, when I saw the effectiveness of Bear Alexander had a
He was their highest graded defender on PFF this weekend.
Bear Alexander, Amari Washington, Tion Gray, and Terrence Green. Those 4 dudes in the middle, they played their butts off. But Bear was a menace, and he didn't put up big numbers. He didn't have a sack, but he was just like disruptive early. And that, to me, I was like, okay, they're going to be all right. Like, you knew Betcher was going to play like Bryce Betcher does. The edges were going to be consistent. You knew they were going to get home at some point. But it was the interior of the defensive line. When those guys were playing as well as they were, that's where it felt like eventually the dam's going to break. That's what it kind of felt like at halftime. Is like the dam is going to break at some point and the offense is going to score because they were moving the ball. It wasn't between the 20s. It was from the 20 to the 40, the plus 40-yard line. They were moving the ball really well.
Yes.
Penn State's defense was really good.
Yeah, it's a good team.
And they bowed their back once they crossed the 50 and got to that 40-yard line mark.
Came close. That one Dante scramble on 4th down. He was a hair short. You missed the one field goal. Like, it was just, they were moving the ball every time I touched it. I'm with you. That was a great sign early. It is funny because I think back to conversations we had in August about this team and, hey, they're replacing so much. How are they going to look? And I remember you saying, they're pretty high on this tandem of freshman running backs. They like these guys. De'Aaron Hill averaged 17 yards a carry in high school. He's pretty good. Jordan Davidson's a bully and a great short yardage guy. And I'm leaving the game Saturday night wondering, did they have the best running back and wide receiver on the field, and were they both true freshmen?
Yeah, they did. I mean, the numbers bared it out.
Yeah, he outrushed. Moore had more receiving yards than all the receivers combined, almost. And then you had the rushing yards from De'Aaron
I mean, Hill was so good that when Whittington fumbled, I went, why is Hill not running the ball there?
Yeah. Every time anybody other than De'Aaron Hill touched the ball in the second half, I yelled, well, give the ball to De'Aaron Hill. Every play.
I was sitting there thinking, like, these 3 kids were playing high school football last year.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
I was thinking that, too, how unfair that was.
Like, how in the world did anybody stop those
I know.
3 guys?
Yeah.
Because, like, Jordan Davison, he is running through college defensive lines like a hot knife through butter.
Was he 10 of 10 in short yardage situations, I think, or 12 of 12
I
or
need
whatever
a
the
birth
number
certificate,
is?
by the way. There's no way that kid was in high school last year.
Check the
Come
tape.
on, what are we doing?
And you're like, how are us 3 going to be tackling him in high school football, right?
Yeah.
It was, those 3 guys they're above the line guys, as Dan Lanning calls them.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, are they special, though. And DeCorian Moore, Penn State did a phenomenal job in the back end of their defense. Like, Oregon didn't take shots because there were no shots to be had against that secondary. They are really good. A.J. Harris, probably one of the best, if not the best corner in college football.
He was so good against the run, too.
He is. Yeah. He's just a football player, and he is dynamite. Well, they were saying, we're not going to let Malik Benson and DeCorian Moore get vertical and beat us. And so it came down to, all right, you got to beat him on the short and the intermediate stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But DeCorian Moore on that 3rd down where Dante Moore gets flushed out of the pocket and he breaks to the sideline and then goes up the sideline.
Yeah.
That is such a smart play because at his depth where he ran that out route, you're taught either stay or come back to the quarterback, right? Well, you have to have that football knowledge of, all right, well, who's behind me? and he knew the guy inside of him was running a skinny post. He was going inside, so he knew nobody was behind him, so he could take it up the sideline, and he knew that safety who'd been parked over the top of him all game long is going to go with the post who's threatening him. So he goes out, sees Dante Moore, goes up the sideline. That is a smart true freshman.
Not to mention the hands to make that catch and hold on to it.
Yeah, unbelievable.
The throw was incredible.
Yep.
The catch was great. But it's like these guys aren't just true freshmen. They're really high football IQ guys. How many true freshmen do you see get away with just making the spectacular play? They're not doing that. He is, whether it's De'Air Hill, too, has done this several times. One of them on reading the block on the tunnel screen coming back inside. It's like these guys are smart football players.
I think that's a good point because I want to say it was maybe the Montana State game. It was one of the early games, and Lamar ran it, and I think it was Barner was on the broadcast, and he goes, "Man, you should have cut that out.
Yeah,
that could be a touchdown."
I think it was the Oregon State game last weekend.
Maybe that's what. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. And like
they had a stretch zone play, and if he cut it outside, there was a mile to run, but he took a step inside.
I feel like Hill is doing what he's saying, and he's a freshman. Like, how many teams in college football, especially in the top 10, are getting this kind of contribution from true freshmen?
Boy,
I don't know if you can
not to the volume, because I heard say it. I heard you say it at the beginning. A guy who people don't talk about because you don't hear his name is Brandon Finney.
Nobody's throwing at him. That's why you don't hear the name.
Yeah. He's been incredible.
Yeah.
He's been incredible. And now that was the big test, because Penn State revamped their receiving core. They've got some good receivers. Kyron Hudson, Trebor Pena. Those guys are dudes. And I was like, well, the first 4 games, I don't know what to make of the receiving cores that were threatening them. This was going to be the big test, and a busted coverage that gave up a touchdown. Outside of that, they were really dang good in that too. Now that's a pretty big one.
Sure,
that was
it's a great
touchdown.
throw too. By the way, it's not just a busted cover; it's a perfect throw.
Yeah, the numbers through 5 games. Brandon Finney's been targeted 11 times. He's given up 2 catches for 15 yards in 5 games. Ife Obadegwu, who's a redshirt freshman on the other side, the other starting corner, he's been targeted 9 times. He's given up 4 catches for 62 yards on the season.
And that was the thing, that outside of that touchdown, there's maybe 1 or 2 other balls that were thrown at a corner. Everything that Drew Aller was completing was against like linebackers, and Andy Kotelnicki, the O coordinator at Penn State, he schemes it up, creates mismatches, right? He was trying to get backs coming out, the tight end, Luke Reynolds, he's really good too. They were trying to get the short and underneath stuff because that's all that was there. The corners were playing lights out.
Now, we had a listener earlier rank. We got to go, but they ranked the Mount Rushmore of Oregon regular season wins. And his Mount Rushmore was
now. How is this an older listener or is this?
Well, I'll give you the 4. So his 4. Now you can go deeper than this. He didn't go too deep back in the history books because there was the pick game wasn't in there, for example. 2000 and I believe it would have been 2009 when they beat USC on Halloween, the end of the Pete Carroll era. The Civil War for the Roses. Win. Ohio State last year and Penn State this year. That was his Mount Rushmore of Oregon Duck regular season wins. Does Dusty Hera agree?
Ooh, the only one that I would put up there, and we can go back to the 94 season, it wasn't the pick game. It was the USC game before that, where they went to USC with their backup quarterback and Tony Graziani, and they won that game on the road.
To set up the chance to then beat Washington to go.
Which at that point, I mean, how much bigger is that win at that point?
Oh, dude, it's huge because nobody could beat USC and Oregon hadn't gone to a Rose Bowl in 40 years.
Right.
Yeah. I would put that game on there because that was like a turning point.
Yeah.
That was a turning point for Oregon football.
Okay.
Period.
Can I throw one in? And I think you guys would be better versed in this. I know the team ended up not being very good, but in terms of like mass appeal, sexiness, flash, oh my God, look what they're doing out there. The Michigan game.
Yeah, the rest of the season didn't go well, but the Michigan Lightning Strikes being on the cover of Sports Illustrated and then giving up 80 to Washington State the next week.
2021 at Ohio State was a pretty big one.
Yeah, another one that was lessened because they lost to Stanford 2 weeks later.
That was the downer of that
I know, they
game.
were huge. That's the hard part about this one is you got to see what the final result of the season is. Like, where does it go? What does it mean in the grand scheme of things?
Right.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's no bones about it. Like, a top 5 victory on the road, that's huge. Doesn't matter who you are
and a whiteout
or where your program is at, and that is a big one. Like, there were Penn State folks that were saying before, like, Penn State is pushing all in for this game. Like, it was the whiteout means we are staking everything we got on this game. And the advertising push, the James Franklin at the beginning of the week saying stand up the entire time. They pushed all in, and Oregon punched right back.
Yep, this is the most confident big line play, both sides, like where you feel like truly it is at the highest level of any team in the sport.
All right, don't answer that. Why don't you hang out for one more second?
Well, I didn't know if he could hang out for another second.
Yeah, do you got anything you got to do? What are you doing right now?
You're the brand man.
Well, I got to listen to you guys.
That's
so
all you're
this is
doing.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
you're just here. It's an easier way to listen. You might as well keep talking. All right, we'll answer that one on the other side. I have one other note that I want to point out that we haven't talked about from the game yet. One leftover nuggie in my nuggies from the game. So we'll kind of recap that. The Daily Ticker is always brought to you by our great friends at Pelican Brewing. Who doesn't love a good Pelican after an Oregon win, especially? Their Hard Hops presents today's Daily Ticker. Discover Hard Hops Blackberry Hop Infused Hard Seltzer and experience your hops differently. Back after this on The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, there was soccer that was played locally over the weekend. The Timbers inching closer to clinching a playoff spot, could not hold a lead late. Story of the Timbers' life.
It's almost playoff time for the Timbers. We're finally there.
Two more regular season games. They are still in
Where
the
are they at in the
spot.
table?
They are 7th, so they avoid
tables.
the wild card. They get a 2-2 draw with FC Dallas. Number 2 ranked UP Pilots men's soccer team, a 3-0 blanking of Gonzaga to open WCC play.
How about that one? Let me ask you gents a question. There is a fish named Medaka. They have sex up to 27 times in a day, but by the end it's all... They just love to mate. How many times in a day?
The brand man being in here for a update's solid right now.
Brand man?
This is the most uncomfortable part of my day, Monday through Friday.
How many times? Are you saying
9:30
times a week?
update.
Well, how many times a day? Can you do 5?
I apologize for being the old white, but I am an old white.
Yeah, you are.
I already know I'm going to hate the Super Bowl halftime show. I already know it. I know it.
buddy.
I know I'm going to yell at my TV.
Dude, he's gonna be entertaining.
Where's the rock band when I need it, man? Where's Luke Combs? Damn it!
There you go. More
Si, senor.
soccer fish mating stories in halftime Super Bowl in 30 minutes. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt, missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your home for
All right, welcome back in. Hanging out with the Brand Man. Short segment because Sprague would shut up over there. God.
Fish sex.
Line of scrimmage play was the question asked going to the break. In a big game, that had to be about as impressive a line of scrimmage play as we've seen in a long time.
It was there was a guy, like a Big Ten. I don't know what he does for the Big Ten. But he was wearing a Big Ten shirt, works for Big Ten.
Big Ten guy.
He walked up, he goes, "You guys are finally playing Big Ten football game." You know, like this is when it was like 3-3 at half, and then it was like 17-17 at the end of regulation. He's like, Big Ten.
Welcome
to
the club, baby.
That's what Eagle kept saying on the broadcast. Like, we got a Big Ten classic here. And I'm like,
Ohio State
3-3.
fans were joking that we've adopted their practices of dangling a win in front of Penn State only to snatch it away because that's what Ohio State does every time that they play them. And Penn State goes, "Hey, we got no, damn it, there it went."
But that was answer the question. It's the first time that you can feel just absolutely confident on both lines of scrimmage. Oregon has had great teams where it's like, yeah, the offensive line is really stinking good, and they can compete with anybody. There have been times where you're like, there's a couple of guys on the defensive line that are pretty good, right? Like, Haloti played for Oregon, right? Pretty good. Nick Reed, great edge rusher.
Buckner, Armstead,
yeah.
But it's like the totality of the offensive line and the defensive line, it really is. They've got depth. They are really good on frontline talent. I'm still surprised that 4 of the 5 offensive linemen are brand new, and 3 of them are transfers who haven't even been in the program before. Like they have adapted really well. I was pleasantly surprised by that.
So today we woke up this morning, and to no shocking development, Dante had a really good game for himself. You know, real quick side note for you guys, I don't know if you agree with this or not. I'm kind of to a point where some metrics of quarterback play I'm starting to dismiss as
without
mattering.
a doubt.
Like yards per average, I'm like, yeah, but if it's efficient and getting you first downs, what do I care if it's 5.8?
Well, to Dusty's point, if they're playing 2 high safeties the entire game, you're not taking shots down the field.
So Dante has a great game. He looks composed the whole way, like making these plays on the run. We wake up, he's a Heisman favorite.
Oh.
No shocking development. I'm just kind of curious, though, like as somebody that's been around it since camp and you travel with them and you see it a little more and a little more detailed than we do, like just seeing kind of this come out of him. Not that he wasn't capable. He's a 5-star kid, of course, but just kind of seeing everything you saw Saturday, given what you've already seen and learned about him from the fall.
That was the biggest question mark that I had heading into that game, is how does a guy where everything has gone right to this point in the season, what happens when things don't go right? Because we saw a true freshman at UCLA get rattled, and you just don't know until you feel that adversity. That dude is calm as a cucumber, and he is, or cool as a cucumber, not calm as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber. Calm as a cucumber.
No,
too.
I think it's cool.
They're pretty calm.
Cool.
He's as cool as a cucumber. And that guy, he didn't flinch. Like, and that is the thing, is like, after things would go wrong and the drive would stall out, he'd just walk back over the sideline and just be like, hey, we're going to get it again. We're going to get it. Like, it's fine. Like, everything will be okay. It was refreshing to see that, but you just don't know until you get to that moment. And that is where you go, all right, that's the difference. That's the difference. We saw Drew Aller before the game, during the game. Like, the moment was almost getting to him. And that's
tense,
a guy who's been a 4-year starter.
Played in a lot of those games over the last couple of years. Yeah.
3-year starter, and you saw that moment gets to people. It gets to professional quarterbacks all the time. He just had a steady hand. That was really probably the most encouraging thing for any Oregon fan, because we can talk about all the things that he picked up from Dillon Gabriel. Like, that was the thing about Dillon, is that guy was just cool all the time. Like, he never got too wrapped up in the moment. That is a lot to Dillon Gabriel, kind of nurturing him along. But Dante Moore has showed so much maturity, just going to Oregon, sitting for a year, knowing he wasn't going to play, and then learning as much as he could.
They do it in golf. What is it, the whoop bands? Is that what people wear, where they track your heart rate or whatever? And they'll do that when guys are like standing over a putt. They'll show you the whatever his heart rate is. Like, here's Justin Thomas's heart rate over this opening tee shot. I want one of those for Dante Moore moments of that game, because on the outside looking at it, looks like, does this guy even realize that this game's in double overtime right now? Like, the wherewithal to fall on a fumble. Like, he just seems so calm. The last part, and I just wanted to bring up one more thing on the game and get your thoughts on it, was I credited the defensive staff in Lanning and Lapoy for identifying that play that they thought they were going to run in overtime. They thought, they're going to throw this look. They're going to throw this look. And Dylan Thieneman credited them after the game. How about the job that they did to get the offensive line ready to where that group in the loudest environment they're going to play in all year could not use a snap count. They had to check. Nobody knows when the ball's getting hiked. They had 2 false start penalties. Both of them came from tight ends. They did not have a single false start penalty from their offensive line in that environment, and I figured there'd be some. Michigan went and played there in one of the Harbaugh years. They had to call a timeout before they ran a play. They ran their offense onto the field after the opening kickoff. They all stood around and looked at each other. They had to call timeout and come back over to the sideline. They were never flustered by the noise, and it's a credit to the center and the quarterback, but it made Dante's life easier because of that.
It was the 2-count silent snap. So basically you'd have the guard peek over, look at Dante. He'd be like, I'm good. Tap. Poncho.
Right.
Poncho would then give a signal, and then it was 1 1,000, 2 1,000, snap.
Go.
And you have to have everybody on the same page. I don't know this to be the truth or not. I'd assume they've been working on that not just this past week. They've been working on that for.
You're not putting that in on Tuesday of game week. That's one you want to
They've
make
known
sure.
about this game for a while, so I'm sure it was a big deal for them.
That's something that you definitely work on, and that the communication wasn't an issue on either side of the ball. 111,000 people. It did get loud when Oregon's on offense. They were dead silent when Penn State was on offense.
Yeah.
It was eerie how quiet that place would get, except for there was that
little
green blob,
and
you could hear them.
Yeah.
You could hear them. The only time it got loud, really loud, was when Penn State's fans were booing their offense, and they did it in the first quarter.
When they did Fire Franklin, how audible was that from the sideline?
Not very.
Because on the broadcast, it came through.
It came
really
through clear when they went up 17-3, and Lanning's doing the go for the jugular.
They were like, Fire Franklin. You could hear that really well on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good. No, that was a big game.
That's not good at all.
That was a big game.
Not good at all.
Well, thanks for popping in today, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out.
One thing on the Dante Moore thing.
Yeah.
The calmness that you guys were talking about. That shovel pass to Jamari Johnson for the touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
That
Risky
was
little
one.
play.
Oh, my God.
Play.
Michael Irvin on my hands
Kind of
and knees.
bobbled it and then he caught it.
That right there is a guy that the pressure never got to him because at that moment where you have to ride Kenyon Sadiq on the fake and then the little flip, he had to wait for Jamari Johnson to clear and then flip it. That's a.
It's also chaotic in there, too,
It was
right?
like
All these bodies are right
4.5 foot throw, but it was the biggest throw for him, where it was just
let's screw this up.
Okay,
It's wild to think how many things could have gone wrong in overtime. The fumbled handoff, play action handoff, the one that he had trying to throw the screen and then Sutton jumped in front of it and he's bobbling the ball and then finds Gary Bryant.
Ooh, by the way,
then the pitch,
that play. If you remember the Big Ten championship game, they ran something very similar to the other side of the field because Dylan Gabriel was left-handed. But they went one-on-one with Abdul Carter in the same situation. They left Abdul Carter unblocked in the Big Ten championship game. And right when Abdul Carter committed to Dylan Gabriel, he just kind of leaned and went boop right around him. Almost the identical play that they ran in the Big Ten championship.
Dude, he had 3 or 4 different arm angles he threw from.
Yeah,
Dante.
it was impressive. All right, we got to go. Our boss is going to yell at us.
Well,
the brand man says stay on the clock.
Take a break.
Hey, thanks for popping in, buddy. Welcome back. Go Ducks. We'll wrap it up on a Monday next on The Fan.
a.m.
Well, that was a fun one on Saturday, man. Oregon's got a bye, perfectly timed bye this weekend.
You see the new report?
My manager got fired. Bob Melvin got fired. That's cool.
That's
Thank you.
not breaking news. That's
okay.
obvious. No, the report is that Paul Feinbaum might be leaving ESPN to run for Senate.
Whoa, where's he running for Senate in? What state? Alabama?
Alabama.
Yeah, they need a new senator, right? Isn't Tuberville stepping away or something? I think
He's running for governor.
Oh, that's what
He's
it is.
going to run for governor.
That's what everybody thought. What's his nuts was doing? Bruce Pearl.
Bruce Pearl.
When also Feinbaum can make more money being a senator.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not even a question.
No. No, he's not. You're not wrong there.
Insider trading.
He's got, dude. He gets to come on to say the dumbest stuff he wants and makes probably a good amount of money for ESPN.
But he gets to now dabble in doing the political. I would assume he's more conservative given where he lives.
Running in the state of Alabama, I'd imagine.
Okay, so he'll get to do the best possible thing.
Does he keep doing his show?
College
Is he the Matt
football-
Rule of coaches where he does
Yes,
both?
100%. Yeah,
He's still on ESPN while then flying to DC.
Well, he's going to vote the same way every time.
He's in his chambers.
He's going to get to do a college football SEC/politics podcast. And then he'll have all the intel that he could just stock trade and make millions upon. Dude, might be the best setup for him.
At least we get rid of him in college football media. That'd be nice. Although they'll probably just sprout up another SEC honk who will drive us all crazy. Let's get to some poll questions, shall we? See what we posted today. See what the responses are. Blazer Media Day is underway. Meringue's not going to be here today. Dusty told us that. Meringue is out today.
Yeah, dude.
So you don't get to take your USC shots today. You got to save those for tomorrow. I do implore...
Blazer Media Day or the Monday after what we just experienced?
I do implore the firm of Harris and Fisher, which it will be today, the firm of Harris and Fisher.
Joe Fish? Joe Fish a dish?
The Fish and Harris
they've
firm.
hired some outside counsel
Outside
for today.
counsel coming in for today.
A fishy smelling Harris?
Can I make a rule for their show?
Yeah.
Not allowed to talk USC today. It's too fun.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Hold it.
Hold it.
All right.
Hold it. Everybody's going to have Tuesday leftovers. We didn't even talk about 90% of the stuff that happened in the NFL.
I will get the gavel out.
Yes.
I will be.
Oh, you're producing that show today.
I'm going to start the show today.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow's
we'll
an
see
NFL.
if I am still there at the end
How
or
long
if I
will
get
Swag be here
some
today?
relief.
NFL Factoid Tuesday
Tomorrow will be NFL Factoid Tuesday.
So we will dive, because there was a lot of national. I mean, there's more about the troubling teams.
There was more head scratching in the NFL from week 4 than I knew what to do with.
I took Buffalo in a survivor pool, and I did not think I was going to be uncomfortable at any moment. And there was a moment there that I got uncomfortable, and I thought, this can't happen, right?
The Saints?
This can't happen. No way.
It was Rattler's birthday. He played pretty well.
He did. Where did that come from?
I
think they play the Titans this week, isn't it? Saints-Titans? I think that's an actual game.
Robert Saleh almost fought Liam Cohen on the field in the postgame.
Yeah.
And,
happened.
I kind of thought, okay, Cohen deserves it. And then I read the exact quote from Saleh, and I'm kind of like, Cohen's a little bit of a B.
Yeah, I mean, both sides of that to me are in the right. I don't mind taking your shots. I also, if somebody's going to call you out from the other staff, and then you win the game, you're going to push your chest out.
He complimented him. The full quote is a compliment.
I know. That's not how it works, Bob.
You're right.
Mike Gundy said a compliment about Oregon spending a lot of money on their roster. And you know what he got?
Yeah.
He got 69.
My team lost to Trevor Lawrence, and
In
my
a bad
quarterback can't
way.
stop throwing picks.
He gave him.
He's ready for a doubleheader Monday Night Football, huh? We watching Dolphins-Jets?
Just win, Broncos. I need a Broncos win tonight.
Yeah.
That
lose
would be
to that
great.
Bengals
You
team.
cannot lose tonight.
No.
Should Sunday Night Football be allowed to end in a tie? 82% of you say no. Do the Ducks have the best quarterback in the country? 73% of you say yes.
Wow.
And who wanted Oregon to lose more this weekend? Penn State fans or Danny Meringue? 82% of you say Danny Meringue did.
Let that win for Kalen DeBoer.
Big one for him.
What's Legend going to say today?
He's got to be feeling pretty good. Just go beat Vanderbilt now. College Game Day is going to Tuscaloosa for Vanderbilt, Alabama. Imagine saying that.
Undefeated and ranked
5-0
Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt.
5 years ago, imagine saying that.
Clark
College
Lee.
Game Day is going to Tuscaloosa for Vanderbilt, Alabama.
Is Diego Pavia
Dude, if he beats him again.
If he wins, he's in the Heisman conversation, dude.
They're in the playoff mix if they win that game.
Oh, yeah.
Legitimately. Good stuff. Fun show. If you missed any of it, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, 1051thefan on Twitter, at Dirt and Sprague on Twitter. Everybody watch on YouTube, thank you. We love you. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. All sorts of leftovers tomorrow and Blazer Media Day to react to. It's going to be a big Tuesday. That will do it for us, folks. Thanks for being a part of our Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. The firm of Harris and Fisher is next on 1051 FM The Fan.